think I'm back. Hi? The next Zelda game is getting a huge endorsement from a popular candy company. They're gonna call it The Legend of Zelda Cadence of Hyrule? Hit I should be back, right? Hopefully. Okay, there should not be any... Well, any, or... I don't think there's any audio delay, is it? Yeah, sounds good. Okay. I'm just gonna open up the game. Hopefully the game doesn't crash anymore. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah. So, where was I? I believe I was talking about like Switch things. I mean, I played Cadence of Hyrule today. And then tomorrow is Sunday. I'm pretty sure I cannot do Switch games. So tomorrow I'm gonna do some art. So is Monday. And I do believe I have to say this because I feel like I do want to do more art lately. For many reasons. I need to do more art. Yep, so there's already a profile there. See? Wow, they play for almost 2 hours. Oh, it's kind of loud, isn't it? It's a lot louder than I thought. Actually, no, I think this is okay. About yellow? Yeah, that's fine. Alright, new game. I'm not gonna play this one. This one is not mine. Mine is the second one. Yeah, art is fun time. And especially when I got the newfound motivation to do it. Yeah. I do want to do more art lately. These days, definitely. So yeah. Music's so good. Shit. How many save files can I have? 6? Damn, crazy. Oh, the calibration is gonna be a fun times though. The calibration? Oh god. Play a game without moving to the beat, and enable this if you often find yourself missing beats. Oh, that's really nice. Double time? Oh god. Remember that? Once you get the game over, the game ends permanently. What the fuck? The identity of all enemies and items is a mystery. That's too much. Story mode. Symphony of the Mask. Ooh. Skull Kid. Single character mode. Without swapping characters. Guy can swap characters? Replace a world with a single large dungeon for players looking for a classic Necrodance. Whoa, that's so nice. All characters consecutively will be removed on completion. Daily challenge, puzzle mode, arena. Holy shit, there's so many modes. Nah, I'm going through story mode. Alright, here we go.
Every world has
there's no subtitles.
And when the balance of power is inevitably lost, it's up to the courageous and the wise to restore it. But sometimes...
Whoa, fucking the music, holy shit.
Sometimes they need a little extra help.
Oh. There it is, that's Cadence. Damn, I fucking love Necrodancer. Have I ever told you that I love Crypt of the Necrodancer? If you don't know the game, check it out. It's a game where this game experience, I believe it's similar. You move to the beat, pretty much. Hey you! I saw you from the sky. That landing wasn't very graceful. Are you okay? Oh, you're not... Hylian? So you're new here. I'm Trill. Nice to meet you. Hi, Thrill. So basically, you move around now, and then destroy things. Looks like you can still move. I'm glad you're not injured. But you have unfortunate timing. Something strange has been going on in Hyrule. Oh, look, a Sheikah stone. Sheikah? Sheikah? I believe Sheikah. Maybe if you bump into the Sheikah stone to activate it, it'll open this door. Okay. But oh, right now I don't need to listen to the music. I can just like. So I get rupees, not coins. Okay. Sheikah stone. All right. Trill. I'm looking forward to many other mystical pun names. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be. I'm pretty sure. Going in. Hi, Pinky. Skipping sleep dumb, but now here. Oh God. Going. Do you need more sleep? I think you need more sleep. Looks like there's some dead wood in your way. Can you find something to help you to get past it? I'm stumped. Oh, Lex is gonna love this game. Oh. Some stair over to the left. Maybe try those? Yeah, it's above me. Ooh. Hi, Wolfie. How you doing? I can burn trees? Shit, okay. But be careful, items you can see up in this area have limited use and will break over time. Okay. So if I just like stop thinking it's only 1 AM, you can stay until 4 because a phrase that I know all too well. I love this sound effect, by the way. Oh wait, rhythm games on Switch. I hope I'm not gonna suffer for this. Music slaps. Music definitely slaps. So fucking good. Yeah, it's very bop and I love it. Oh, that's fine. Wait, it's following my screen. So are you guys seeing any audio latency then? Watch out, this monster is not friendly. And do you hear the intense music? Yeah. It's so good. Whenever enemies are around, everyone is forced to move to the beat of the song. Hi, Top. It's following my screen. If there is, it's very small for you. Okay. I'm following my own music here. And it's working. How you doing, Top? Oh, the audio is very laggy though. The good news is that the monsters always dance in simple patterns. Learn your patterns and you'll always be able to defeat them without taking damage yourself. Okay. So blue slime is the same in Necrodancer. Green slime is the same. This monster has a very simple pattern too. He moves every second beat and put... Oh, it's just a skeletons! Okay, so if I put my mind to it. Slimes are slimes, you are skeleton. Whatever you are. Big monster, maybe? Okay, I got it. Oh, they brought sword, nice. With that broadsword, you can defeat 3 enemies at once and strike enemies around corners. So this is pretty much the same as Crypt of the Condenser. Being able to fight monsters without getting right next to them could come in handy. The intense music has stopped because the enemies are gone. Okay. Now you can move as fast or as slow as you like. You're fast with a shovel? Yeah. And you're sitting right at home in this dark, spooky crypt. Because it's Cadence. What kind of place are you from? Oh, don't ask. Some things had better remain a secret. What am I looking at? What? Look at these weird portals. You can see my friends inside of them. Your friends? If anyone can figure out what's going on in Hyrule, it's Link and Zelda. Oh, they are Link and Zelda? But it looks like the portals are only one way. Will you visit Link? Or Zelda? Oh, I get to choose? I think I like Link. I'm gonna go with Link. Lonk. Link and this trademark activity, sleeping. Butt-ping. I'm gonna go Link. And just because Link sleeps that way, I like it. Whee! Am I jumping right into Link? Oh, okay. Where's my dagger? I have no equipment. Oh. Oh shit. That flash! It looked like the Triforce. I have the Triforce? I knew you were special. Thank you for helping to wake Link. He has been asleep for a while, so I'm going to stay with him to explain what's going on in Hyrule. You should try to find your way home. I hope our path cross again someday soon, friend of Hyrule. Sounds like you're going to be busy for a while. I'll be around looking for a way to get back to my world. I hope to see you again. Oh, I'm playing as Link? I'm playing as Lonk? Lonk. Lonk. Why do I like this sound effect so much? Lonk. Alright, going out. I'm so happy you're awake, Lonk. But a lot has changed in Hyrule while you've been asleep. I'll stick with you to help make sense of everything. Can I get that? I see a sword. What? I cannot get in. I mean, maybe I took a hit. I got it. How do I kill you? Okay. Damage will throw only once the last enemy on the screen is defeated. Oh! Unlike rubies and keys, diamonds won't be lost when you get a game over. You can spend them at special shops you find throughout the world. Oh, okay. What happens if you move off beat? I'm not too sure, but in Necrodancer, if you move off beat, if you press an off beat, you will not move. It will just say miss beat instead. And your character will just stand there and do nothing for one beat. Which is kind of scary, to be honest. Oh, I should have just gone here first. And if you spam, then it will count all as like too early. So you will not be able to move multiple beats if you spam. So yeah, again, it's very scary. A lonk. What's that? There's so many hearts. Bam? I bam? Because it sounds like slapping fish, probably. How many games of the series you played that had top-down view? How new or familiar The Legend of Zelda part will be to you? I never played a single Zelda game. That's how familiar I am. Do I bomb these? Do I put bomb like this? Look at this. There we go. Rushing at them without shield tells me new. No. What? What am I supposed to do? I got a small shield assigned to R. Only Lonk and Cadence can use it. Oh shit, okay. Hold out to reflect projectiles or block the... I got... Okay. Okay, I see. I should have gotten this first, huh? But I didn't get the bomb. I have to get the sword to get the grass, and then after I get the grass, I get the bomb, and then I bomb this, I get the shield. I have to get it, huh? Yeah, bomb is always good. Using a stamina, it only works in the direction you're facing. Okay. Alright, let's get down here. Oh, hi. Hello again, Lonk, was it? Here, take this shovel. I found a spare one while exploring. Just trying to figure out how I ended up in this strange world. Maybe I'll see you again, stranger. I'm Lonk, don't call me stranger. This one does have some surprising similarities to my own. For example, whenever there are monsters nearby, you have to move to the beat. You get used to it, trust me. Yeah, I'm trusting. But at least in your world, if there are no enemies around, you can move as fast or as slow as you want. Handy. Yeah. I got shovel. Well, I'm pretty familiar with Necrodancer games, but I'm not familiar with Zelda games. That's the thing. Oh, that's the one. Can I just walk like this and then win the game? I mean, like this game, but drift made it unplayable. Oh shit. Yeah, drift can be a big problem. I don't know why it's not drifting right now, but I'll take it. Oh. Do you remember Octavo? The musician who put you to sleep? Isn't Octavo like the one... the bard in Necrodancer? I think? I don't know. While you were sleeping, he locked up the king and seal of Hyrule Castle. The seal can be broken only by besting his 4 champions. Lonk, we need to travel the world to find and defeat those 4 champions. Oh, okay. A Sheikah Stone. Did you know that if you are defeated, the fates will return you to the world and any Sheikah Stone you activated? Oh, that's neat. Oh shit, what the fuck? Okay, bad's still the same. Who is that? Oh, so it's just Russian? Okay. Okay, you're Russian. Oh, what? That's a long freeze. Oh, that thing. How did I kill you? There we go. But that's a little jank. Some areas like this one cannot be crossed without the use of certain items. And if you have the right items and use them creatively, most areas can be navigated more quickly and more safely. Some chests like this one remain locked until you defeat all enemies on the screen. Okay. Skull blocking? To the side? Okay, same. This one makes me fly? Not for long. Can I shovel it? No shovel? Which thing can I shovel? I guess I cannot fly there. I mean, Trill did say that I need some certain items, right? Yeah, that's not. I am loving the music, by the way. It is so dang good. Co-op? You can co-op in this game? Oh shit. I mean, to be fair, Kryptonessa can. Yeah, music is definitely bopping. Can I like bump the music up? Oh! Inventory. Learn more about your items and assign some of them to buttons. Up here. Oh, okay. This is your map. It can show where you are, where you've been, which Sheikah stone you've activated, and more. If you collect charms, you have information even on areas you've never visited. Oh, okay, charms, huh? Options. Gameplay?
Yep. Yep.
Ooh, shiny.
Shiny. Graphics, disco floor, beat bar, screen shake, item names, colorblind assist, no enemy hearts, yeah. Audio. Oh, it's within maximum. Then all good. Okay, so these guys just rush in straight line. What is this? Okay. Well, okay, can I reflect your projectile? Oh! Oh, but it's hiding. It's cheating. Uh-oh. That works. Is there more enemy? I'm not seeing enemy. I don't know why the music's still going on. Guess I'll go up. Okay, I'll hit them from the side. This is the bane of everyone who goes to any desert in the series. So in the mainline series game, not this one, right? The longer you defeat enemies without missing a beat or taking damage, the more power is stored in the beat indicator. If you keep your streak going, the enemies will drop more diamonds, you regain stamina more quickly. Oh! And enemies will even drop more and better loot. Okay. What the? What? Reflect? Right. Deku C? Okay, so I have one beat earlier. Dang it. Oh shit. One beat earlier. Is there more enemies? Oh, I want this shovel. Not seeing any more enemies. Don't know why the music's still going on. Oh shit. Oh! Okay. Okay. An item to go into water. That works. Oh! Oh shit. There we go. Oh, those thing hides. So the music's going on probably because I didn't see them. Let's go back. How do I know that they're hiding? Ooh. You pass out for a few hours, hopefully see you in the beat. Okay, legs. Have good sleep. Blessed be 25 point. Yep, I know, right? It's only fair. Gonna need them. Yep. Oh, can I go down? Oh shit. There's like a big guy. There's Mushroom and Spooder. Oh. This chest has a timer to unlock the chest to feed out enemies before time expires. Oh no, I hate it. What is this? Oh. At the back? Oh, I was too late. It was too late. Me always like how the game makes sense to people who play Crypto Necrodancer or Legend of Zelda. Both, it has a still tutorial for the ones who've neither. Yeah. So good, clever too. I don't know anything about the Zelda games, but I guess I'm blessed to know how Necrodancer works, because in Necrodancer, beat wise, I will always win against them. If we attack on the same beat, I will always win. So I know to take that rule into mind. And it works. Where's the last enemy? How would I know they're hiding? In the water, maybe? They're not in the water. I don't know. Just ignore it then. Yeah, there's no more here. Oh yeah, I can check the map. It doesn't say much, but it helps, I guess. See funny rock spitter. Know what it does. Sea lizard familiar. A win for both worlds, huh? Oh, hey, oh, what? Okay, I know you're there. There's more arrows. I don't know where it is. How will I know? I'm gonna go up. Like you're a Necrodancer, skeleton also makes sense. Bat annoying as always. But this one, Bat is also nice because in this game, the bat doesn't just randomly roam to either up, down, left, or right. A roam to a random place every second beat, right? The bat actually indicates where they're going next beat, so that's good. To what I'm seeing anyway. A bat actually shows where it's going, and I'm glad. That shit is always so hard for me because I don't know where the bat's going. I know why my model is not blinking. When I blink, my eyeballs just go insane. This chest is very special. To unlock the chest to feed out enemies without taking damage and without missing a beat. No, what? Who is this? Oh, fuck. What the? What do you do? You're badly hurt, but don't worry, it looks like the fates are watching over you. That thing is Daira? Ooh, nice name. You may have left some fragile gear and rupees behind, but you still have the rest of your items. And in this special shop, you can spend your diamonds to buy something to help you when you return to Hyrule. What is this? Heart container? Heart container? For 2 diamonds only? Oh. What a bargain. 5 bomb chew? What do I do with bomb chew? I'm taking it. Is it like a bomb? Bye. Hello dear, this is where adventurers with unfinished business end up. It looks like the fates aren't done with you yet. Why not take something along to help you on your quest? You never know what might come in handy in the future. Alright, don't know what bomb chew is, but I have it. You can now choose which Sheikah stone you would like to return to. Activate as many Sheikah stones as you can, it will make things much easier for you. Oh, I died here. There's only Sheikah stone. Oh, I have to go so many. Oh no, okay. Bomb chew is like a bomb, but it moves forwards. Adorable death coming at you. Oh. Bomb chew. You're right. Oh shit. Oh, that's so good. Okay, all good. Maybe I can try going some other way. Down? Let's go down then. Still got him. What is that slime? Oh, one in the middle, one just move. Okay, I get it. So I kill this first. Oh, it's 2 blues. Okay. Shit. Oh, they... What? They split into 2? That's kind of adorable. Yeah, it looks like a note. Yeah. Looks like 2 quavers together. Oh, so strong. I assume I cannot go to a darker blue side. Yeah, I cannot. It's 2 damage of the dig. Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Bomb chew? Oh, you move every beat? Oh god. Ooh. Okay, just push me away. Okay, I get squished. Okay, it's not too bad. They move every beat, but they push me away only. They'll charge for one beat. That's not too bad. Beat it. The shielded enemy. How big is this game though? I mean, I'm glad. Holy shit! I'm gonna play more. I want to play this game for a long time. Oh, just let me check how much time I have in Crypt of Necrodancer. Opening up Steam. I'm sorry about my voice, dude. My voice is slowly gone, but I'm okay, I assure you. Oh boy. Alright, Steam's loading. Crypt. Necrodancer. 240 hours on Crypt and Necrodancer. So, yeah. Rest of the health. Yeah, voice still recovering. Nose is pretty much okay now. But still a little bit weird. I'll moisturize, yeah. Oh. Thanks, Pinky. Okay. Is there a spur? Oh shit. Oh. Tree beat, alright. Okay, so I can block the attacks. You found a new weapon, that's great. Your new weapon will be equipped automatically, but you can also you can swap back to your old weapon at any time. Just press plus to see them in your inventory. Oh, that's neat. It is 2 damage. Yeah, here. Deals has 2 range, deals 3 damage, breaks if you get hit. Oh, it's a glass weapon, so it's the same. It behaves the same as. Modern links are so used to using new melee weapons. Oh, speaking of, I saw someone. I believe it was, Yo was poppin'. I saw them playing Breath of the Wild, and I'm actually intrigued. I kind of want to play the game now. Maybe the next game I'm gonna invest in is Breath of the Wild, and that will be officially my first ever Zelda games. I believe. Like, that game looks good. Yeah, I kind of want to try it. Oh, and then that might be the next game I want to play. If I can afford it, right? I will. Oh, 2 range is so good. Nice. Also, it's a sequel soon. Is it the tier of the something Narik showed me back then? Don't know if playing in order makes sense or not. Don't worry, I'll still play Breath of the Wild first. I'm pretty sure Breath of the Wild is gonna be a lot more affordable than Tears of the something. Currently, price wise, will be more affordable. Okay, I burn the tree? I sure can. Oh, I know this place. This time I know how to... Ah, that's right. I'm so clever. I know how to beat that thing. What they call, Deku? You know what's funny? Because Deku in... Oh shit, what is it? I think Deku is Hakka? Fuck. It's a Hakka or Hokkien. Deku means underpants, so... I think it's Hakka. Close? Octorok or similar. Oh, that thing is called Octorok? But there was another one, I got Deku Seed. Huh. Maybe it's a different thing? I mean, they behave the same way. Oh. What is that thing? Okay, that's weird. Me first? More? How would I know this more? I'm going in here. Oh, who are you? Hey bud, don't suppose you need to buy a snorkel? Can I swim? You can avoid enemies by going underwater if you also got flippers. This costs 80? I'll buy it. You got a snorkel. You don't need to assign this to a button. Nice. This lets you move through a single tile of deep water or dive in deep water if you have the flippers. Or using a... Oh, okay. Bottle? You got an empty bottle assigned to a button. Can be used to store potions, fish, bees, and fairies that you find. Easy difference. Dekus are full of leaves and wood. Full name is Deku Scrub. And then the other one is Octo Rock. I have to look into it. I have to like really look into it then. I don't see the enemy. I'm gonna run away. What if there's like a ghost enemy or some shit? Oh, it's Daira. Haha. A glass weapon, baby. There goes my glass weapon. Don't worry about it. That was a mad reaction. Oh, is that Deku? I saw it. Oh, Deku is way more visible. The one on the left. This one. Oh, it is. Okay, I see a difference. I see a difference now. Oh, that's Deku. Okay, okay. Octorok are the inflatable ones. So Octorok is more... well, octopus-like, I think. Oh, wow, they behave the same, but they look different. Oh, that's a lot of deep water. Why is there ghosts? Why is there... what? Why are they running dogs? Here we go. Seriously? Spooder? Oh shit. Oh god. I pressed 2 buttons. Huh? Oh, is the green thing blocking me inside? Maybe. Shit. Got him. I cannot go there. Yeah, I cannot go here. I should go up then. Ooh, look at the amount of grass. Oh, hi. Oh! Is it like... there was like a grass on top? It's not very visible, but I think I saw grass on top where the thing spawned. Shield OP. Imagine having shield in Necrodancer, that would be so good. It is! I see it! Okay, okay. Look at that. Ah, that's how they hide, okay. They branch into two small ones? Oh, they do! Wow. Slime has been buffed. My shit was always the gun. The gun? Oh yeah, this gun in Necrodancer, I forgot. Like, I never touched the gun like at all in the game. I always play with daggers only because it's so much fun that way. And it's also hard as fuck and I love it. Cadence that is, and also Aria. Reflects one hit? Yo. Confuses enemies. I assume I got the scrolls here? Okay, yeah. Temporary give your attacks electric effect, one use only. Yeah, scrolls, right? Scrolls, am I right? Do I need bottle? I mean, I don't think I'll be using scrolls anytime soon. Or items in general. I don't know. Where's that flag? Okay. I'll go right. Oh, thanks, Deku. What the hell was that? Eey. Okay. Easy. Oh. Chicken moves every 4 beat? Why does chicken move? Can I hit it? Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, maybe not, I'm sorry. I did, and now it's running away. Hit it a lot. No, I know to kill it. It's just a chicken. Look, it's actually running away from me. And now it moves every 2 beat now. Oh, poor chicken. I didn't mean to do more. No! I'm not gonna kill the chicken. Oh. Oh. No. I don't wanna. I don't want to destroy chicken. Do I get shiny in return? But Pinky? Wow. Not in public? I mean, I can kind of kill it now. Can I kill it? You get something better than shiny? There's something better than shiny? Ooh. Oh god, how many times do you want me to hit you? Sorry. Oh. It did. I got nothing! You lied to me. I got absolutely nothing. You got the feeling of slapping chicken? Oh! What? Oh shit, they're pissed. They're trying to kill me. Oh! Oh! Oh, are they gonna do this now? Oh shit. Please don't tell me that they happen here as well. Oh yeah, they don't. What was that? Hey! What if item broke? Keep an eye on the durability of your item up here. What broke? Oh, the ring. Try to replace worn items before they break. Ooh, slime is in buff. I love this. Okay. I cannot get up. It's the trademark revenge, usually much less tame than this. Oh shit. Okay. Much less tame than... That's tame? Oh my god, okay. Oh, I see it. Oh, I identified it. Okay. Oh. Very tame. Holy shit. I see it. I see it. Oh, it feels good to be able to see it now. Is this a puzzle? Huh? Why don't you want to... Oh, is it because if you can push, you can push. If you cannot push, you go up. I think that's the rule. That must be it. So that's why there's like a grass over there. See that? I probably have to push it that way. Then if I just... Ah, okay, so I was right. Dig, get rupees, I win. Lake Aria? I cannot get up. You got down. Okay, you still move 2 beats. Fuck. +1 damage? I cannot push it this one. Oh. Okay, our drink. Nice. There's fish. How big is this one? Holy shit, okay. Oh, I have a snorkel, right? I can take 1 deep dive. Yeah. Life drain? Oh. It's so adorable. Oh, it's too tall. Shit. I'm gonna go through this bridge then? Oh. I knew it. Usually something teleports, don't stay in front of them. Critical Neko, that's a rule. Oh. Have you spoken to the prince? I haven't seen him since things got chilly. Is your tongue stuck out? Mm-hmm. Because I changed tongue color. This is now the tongue color. I changed it to cyan. Just like my reference sheet did. They look so cute though. What are these? Not usually. Fair. Oh, I have an idea. Let me talk to this thing. And then I can do the stretch and everything. Definitely need to hydrate more. I'm still not fully recovered yet. I don't know why my model refuses to blink or even just try to close the eye. It doesn't happen anymore. Weird. Why? When I blink, my eyeball just goes insane. Is it because of the brightness? Question mark? I have an idea. Let me try it. Oh, that's why. Okay. Still doesn't blink. Nope, it doesn't want to blink ever. Why? Oh, I don't know what's going on, but when I blink, my eyeball just goes insane. It's fine. We got the watch streak milestone some week or two ago, just on one channel, only for third time and very randomly. Me is 0 steps closer to figuring out what triggers it. The watch streak, I don't know what triggers it. I don't think I have watch streak on T-Chris channel, even though I'm like always on T-Chris channel. No board? That's a bummer, but you can still swim if you got flippers. Oh. How do I get flippers? I have snorkel. I can snorkel. Oh, it's a blue one. Hi. Do you know if Lake Hylia is safe to surf in again? I love the beach, but there's nothing quite like my old splashing grounds. I'm sure someone will let me know when I can head back. I love them. They're kinda adorable. What's up, friend? I'm already their friend. Picky streaking, but Trish don't see it that way most of the time. They just want to swim. They just want to swim. Look at this guy, red fin and all. Damn. Have you tried swimming the lake yet? Some musician made the grotto too chill for my liking. We're all pretty sad about it. Oh. it's a hole. It's a small... Oh, hi! Surprised to see me? I got here quickly with that loot. You can keep it. You got the loot assigned to Babu. This will let you travel instantly to any Sheikah stone you activated all around. Whoa. Underneath the frozen part of the lake is a frozen grotto. But we'll need to be able to swim to get there. Maybe all of the Zora can help. Okay. Battle of Millennia, Lake and Ice. Lake and Ice. I have snorkel, I can swim that way, I think. Can I? Oh, there's another hole I can go in. Maybe? Uh-oh. The prince belongs to us now? Don't worry, we'll keep him safe. Wee hee hee. Wee hee hee. Why? Dot 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 dot. Uh-oh. This is looking sus. Okay. What? What? Behold, trust? I don't trust. Bomb? Oh. Well, I'll bomb him. Can I bomb the prince? Are you the prince? Well, that's not what I'm trying to place a bomb. All good, I'm the best. Whoa, some ghost had me under this spell. Thanks for saving me. I didn't know that's what I'm trying to do. Did I do a bad thing? Maybe they're actually trying to protect the prince. Bombing the promise away? Yeah, bomb is the best. Here, take the sleepers. Oh! Whoa! You got the Zora's flippers. This will let you swim through deep water like in Lake Hylia. Lake Hylia. Some wizard guy came by and messed everything up. He's in the frozen grotto under the lake if you want to help. No pressure though. Once you step onto ice, you keep sliding in that direction until you hit something. I'll take my chances in the water instead. So I need to assign this? Well done, maybe. The bombs are great. I can assign a button to that. So I can swim now? That's neat. That always means well done. I guess I'm going in. Oh, okay. Give someone's love letter to the hen from the toilet and said toilet hen. Now he's a crash and a heartbroken guy, but you got a piece of heart. Yo, is that Cruiser Necrodancer crossover Pac-Man? Hello everyone. Hi, that's Herbs. Yeah, I finally got this game. And now I can play it, holy shit. How you doing? Good night, Inferno. Have good sleep. I just started playing this. I'm loving it. Music is very pog. Have you played the Necrodancer? Mm-hmm. That's why I'm familiar with the Necrodancer aspect of the game, but I have no idea about any Zelda thing. Oh what the fuck? Oh, okay. Do I just go up here? But I just started. Let me explore this place. What? Penguin? Flow across gaps? Is that good? I think that's good. I mean, that shoe is almost broken anyway. Okay, dog, move. What? How do you move? What is that thing? Shit. Oh. Oh, it's just singing. Reflect projectiles. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay, so this one still behaves the same. Ooh, okay, so dog moves in weird behavior. I don't understand. Fish? Okay. They can move either diagonal or just straight line, I guess? Oh. From huh? I'm the bomber merchant? No. Soft lock? It's okay, I have bombs. You can very easily be a stun lock with lack of items, so you think? Yeah, if I don't have bombs, I'm actually stuck there. Assuming rhythm game call enemy that does that when hit, but no move stun lock. Which would be soft lock. Hey, look, a shrine. Shrines are useful, but they often have a tricky side effect that you may not like. So it's the same as Necrodancer then. Bump into you want to take a chance then activate the shrine. Shrine effects stay active until you leave the dungeon, defeat the dungeon boss, or are defeated. Okay. I can float. Nice. Oh, I lost the boot. What do you do? Oh, you didn't even say what you do? Oh shit. Nice too. I actually like the floating boots a little bit more than the damage, but I cannot get it back now. I cannot fly in there. I'm out of my floating. Oh, do I push this down? Sure. And then what? What? Oh. Oh. Damage on low HP? Sure. No, Brecky, hi. I saw Brecky, yeah, playing Super Mario World. Is it like a modded Super Mario World? Is it like... It says old game, I don't know what it is, but that thing looks like a perfect execution is needed, which I don't have. How you doing, Bracky? Oh. I don't like this. Ah, okay. White attack dicks? Oh, cadence only, okay. I don't know what's going on, but I'll take it. I like the weapon pierces. Custom mod that people made, a lot of them. Whoa, shit! They look insanely hard. Shit, for. Nice. Most famous example to this day is probably Kaizo. Kaizo. The music is kind of adorable in a way. Hey. Dog. No, no more torch? Oh god. Oh, okay, thank god. I play a few of them, so I am used to it. Ah, damn. There's some tight skills right there. Impressed by the people who can do that. Looks much harder than anything we ever tried. Yeah. I don't even need to try it to know that it's hard as shit. I don't think I can do it anytime. Hey, I forgot. What are you? Huh? I'm here now. Uh-oh. I don't understand this bad. There we go. Shit. What? Oh. I guess that's good, right? Got the boss key. There's some easier ones that I'm sure you could beat with some patience. It's all about practice. True enough. Same with most games, I would say. Fighting games, anyway, comes with practice. The more you play, the more you understand the game. What? I didn't take anything, did I? I have shield now. Upgrade to your old shield. It can block wind and stronger attacks when you hold it up. Oh, nice. Oh, that's like my size of shield. Okay. Can we just jump down there? Oh god. My many years of Aria training is paying off. Many years of playing Aria and actually beat the golden loot once. Rose Talus, the big Q. Some mods are way easier, some also way harder. Some don't even focus on difficulty. Some focus on fun value. Nice, I think. Am I fighting boss now, I guess? Necrodancer Master? Oh, I'm far from it. I cannot even beat the game in, like, double beat. So yeah, I'm... At least I know, like, I have good foundation, I guess. Oh, this is very boss-like, alright. Oh, it's quiet, that's how you know. Oh, it's you. Greetings, holder of the Triforce. My name is Octavo, and Hyrule belongs to me, at least for now. And you're so polite. What do you mean, at least for now? Don't you want them forever? Wow, thanks, Bracky. Uh-oh. Snake tongue? If you don't like it, see if you can stop me. I'll be waiting at the top of Hyrule Castle. You will need to find all 4 of my magic instruments to reach me there. Now allow me to introduce the first of my champions. Power of water flow through my oboe. Oh no. Oboe? Dude, if you can make a noise with oboe, you're strong. With an icy cold. Oh. Oh. Oboe gaming. Oboe gaming. Alright. Oboe gaming indeed. Oh god. Wizrobo. Alright. Oh no, how do I... Shit. Oh, I hit him. Get out. Okay, so I can only take one hit. I can only hit it once. Oh, you're very mad. I walk into it. Oh, dude. Oh, shit. Okay. It's not that hard. It's not that. The music is kind of cute, though. Didn't really get to listen to it much, but all good, all good. Nice. The real struggle with the double time mode, or that is you have to process all enemies and act way faster. Yeah, that's the thing. Like you have way less time to look at the enemy and what they're doing. I'm pretty much just focusing on the tempo. Cannot even look at enemies that way. Tried once and perished. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I played 240 hours on Curse of Necrodancer. You cannot beat double beat. Let me just read this, like pressing button fast. It sounds like mashing when the music is like super fast. Like, I'm pretty sure I can keep with the tempo on the first stage of the music. But then afterwards when the music goes fast, especially 4-3, then yeah. You can have fun. You did it. That's really short, isn't it? It took me like 1 hour to get the first boss, huh? You defeated one of Octavo's 4 champions. Just 3 more to go. So this is the first, very first. I got the fairy yelling at you. I mean, at least the fairy, I don't think it's yelling at me, it's telling me things that I need to do, at least. Oh, is the fairy yelling like the Zelda thing? Then I have no idea. Only yells at you on your first play. Oh, which is, oh, okay. Moisturize, okay. I would drink. I think the 2 health 1 hit the shoe with 1 damage really helps a lot with the boss. I'm playing this game based off my knowledge on Crypt of Necrodancer, not Zelda. Because I never really played a single Zelda game. Like, none. And I'm just solving problems with bombs. Thanks, Bracky. Boots worn out? Oh god. Hey, you guys can swim now. I have flippers. It should be safe now. You can go surf now. I actually grabbed the DLC for this game recently because I already had the base game. The DLC is hell off. Oh, it's half off. Oops. It's hell off. Thanks, eyes. I'm sitting kind of far with my monitor, just a little bit far away. But I'll show you I can read. I think. Where do I go next? I'm just gonna go up then, I guess. Oh, I haven't go here yet. I died here once. I'll go left. We're coming to DLC if you enjoy the base game, which I'm guessing you probably will if you enjoy Curve Necrodancer. Oh, I heckin' love Necrodancer. especially at the half off price that I believe I got all the DLC. I think. Most likely, probably. How would I know? Is there a way to check it? Oh shit. Oh. Two damage of the dig. Did get rupees, nothing. I just want shiny. Okay, now I know to not mess with the chicken. There's the Symphony of the Mass, other extra characters and alternate remixes of most of the base game soundtrack. Also, I love the Lizzo Force Idol animation in this, they're vibing. Did you attack a oh, they are called Cuckoo? Yeah, I killed the chicken once and then they just like charge at me. Well, they sort of charge at me at all angles of the screen. And according to Pinky, this is very tame, so I have no idea what they do in the base game. Or like in the Zelda series, what did they even do? A classic Zelda no? Oh shit, okay. So never touch chickens. Do not take the chickens, okay. I assume the lizard force is the thing that just charges at me when they have line of sight. I'm going down. Yeah, everyone's just vibing here. Like, if they don't move, they're just vibing. I love it. Oh. 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 There we go. I can shield it. Yep. Also, the alternate soundtracks can be switched between on the options menu, or you can just have it randomly select all of them. Oh! Option plus. Oh, change soundtrack? Oh my god, all the musics are done by Danny B? Oh. What else do we have? Family Juice? Oh my god, I love it. Oh, Chipzo! Family Juice though! A-Rival is also cool. Oh my god, everyone's here? Well, not everyone. Chipzo Overworld is your favorite? Is this Overworld? Oops. Oh, I just been to Frozen Grotto, right? Recommend just setting them to random personally. Just like all random, you mean? All the music's battle. Oh, battle music! Okay. Yeah, get the full experience, just all random. Gosh, I didn't know, thank you. So I assume I have the DLC then. I don't know, my brain shut down for a little bit now. No, I want rupees. On the default one. But if you move the screen with a different music track and it selects for the 4 artists, Oh, thanks. Yeah, the bats tell me where they're going next beat now. Nice. Oh, there it is. This is definitely a different one. This one sounds like Chipzo. No, actually it sounds like A Rival. Nah, it sounds more like A Rival. Yeah, it is so A Rival. Oh, what is that? They pushed me away? Okay. Shit. Who? Kanaza, hi. Whispers, hi. Oh, okay, so I can just hit them. Pegasus Anklet? Sure. Assign to a button. Hold for 1 or 2 beats, then release on the following beat to perform a dash attack. Huh. Don't know if I use it. Thanks, Kanaza. Hi. Don't know artists for this well enough to identify their tracks individually. I kind of know A Rival is very synth and very like this heavy. I love. APX Island already dropped for a boss. Oh. Burb. Got him. There's something. Stealthy? I guess. It's my bedtime, I'm gonna be quiet. Aw. It's okay. I don't know if I'm quiet enough for you. I cannot go up or left. So this one is a dead end? Okay. Did I not get this? Oh yeah, dash attack. That didn't happen sometimes. Fair enough, it is an exploring game, so hell yeah. I'm okay with that. Oh yeah, family juice! This is the best. I fucking love heavy metal. Oh my god, this is so good. Oh, it's so good. God damn. A beehive. I don't think it's a good idea to destroy it. Beehive. Maybe I'll get honey? No, I'm sorry. Oh. Maybe I can get it. No? I didn't mean to do... I'm not trying to attack it. I'm trying to get that thing. I'm trying to get you, bee. Got him. Oh, what do I do? Oh. Oh. Thanks. Oh, that bee loves me. You get bees. I got bees. I didn't know the bees is trying to kill me. I mean, sure, I destroyed the beehive, but that's not my intention. So much money. Bottle's the best weapon you could ever have. Kinda. I mean, I got bees that loves me. Welcome, Fate's chosen one. I've been expecting you. Would you like me to read your future for 10 rupees? 10? Well, sure, I guess, but that's 10 of my shine. Fine. Oh, wait, that's not what I'm... Oh, of course, I already know if you're going to buy one of my potions. Up to you for 25 rupees? What? Have you met Cadence yet? I don't know what she's doing in this world, but she may be an important part of our future. Wait, I want you to read my future. Ah, there it is. I'm still not used to A on the O. A on the right side. You know what I mean? Like, because I play PlayStation a lot more. I use PS4 controller a lot more. I see fiery underground ruins. Make your way to the bottom. Oh, that's kinda close by. A is square. Oh, A is circle. Oh, my bee is gone. If I release the bee here, I cannot draw the bee in potion. Well, there you go, bee. Don't worry about it. Be free. Health potion or nah, of course health. What am I even saying? You got a health potion. Oh, I need to use it on my own. This will completely heal you if you use it on... Oh! Well, I win. I got a free revive. That is so strong. Alright. Keep going. I can try go up and then... All using potions is OP. Gonna love that. Base game mechanic. Yeah, totally. This is chip zone. I just play way too much Necrodancer, I feel like. Oh, we have another beehive. Let's not mess with that. I don't think I ever use scrolls, to be honest. Like to worry about using potions in the optimal time? Yeah. Like, when there's so many things happening in the game already, and then I still have to think about when to use the potion, that might be a little bit too much. I would prefer auto using potions whenever possible. Oops. Okay, so bushes with butterflies on them is a secret? I think it's a Zelda thing. Ah, okay, okay. Should keep that in mind. Who are you? Oh, I remember you. Another one? Come here then. Okay, okay. I like this one more. Megaton hammer? I can bonk? Perform a powerful hammer attack directly in front of you, dealing 3 damage and smashing shum object. Bonk. Like myself a good bonk. Then I can assign this. I mean, I'm done. Oh. You tried to perform. Oh, I forgot stamina is a thing. Okay, Pinky, have good luck. I cannot bonk anymore. God, Family Juice music is too good. Or maybe I'm just biased towards heavy metal. Oh shit. Oh shit. What do you mean glass shattered? And now they did stamina in this game. Oh, you're right, I got my stamina back. Do I get stamina just by killing things? I guess so. He took a hit from poison. So poison, Murder restores stamina. I get poison. After 3 beat, I get a hit. I get half a heart. Okay, okay. Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah, dude. Oh shit. That music is so damn good. Oh, am I supposed to use this one? Oh, oops. It's fine, let me... I had a feeling. Game more stamina and higher combo? Hi, Hinomancy. Danny B, who does the soundtrack for this game, is one of my favorite composers. All the stuff he does is so great. I know, right? Like, I love all of them. And I think putting in the music all to random is like the best thing ever. I get to enjoy every bit of them. It's so good. Nice. This is a rival. When you hear fat beats like this, you know it's a rival. The fat beats. Fiat beatsies. Although sometimes Air Rival's music can be kinda hard to keep up. This is how I feel. Oh, I want to bonk. Bonk. Nice. I think if I push it that way, I can still push it up. Nope, I cannot. Okay, I'm stupid. And I thought, then we should figure out what happens if you stack two slabs. I thought we were pretty good games on regular block stacking. I've done to cheese some puzzles. Oh. Fair enough, I know what I expected now. It did a lot of damage. Breeze here? Okay, Beast is like the red bat in Necrodancer. Okay, I cannot go down from here. Oh, so many roofs. I'm probably gonna die here. Oh, they didn't attack me. Shit. Shit, I forgot. Oh, there's more? Oh, I see a Deku, okay. A Deku? Hi. Woeful City. Oh shit. That's poison water, right? Fire rod. This flash of fire, ball of fire dealing 1 damage in the direction you're facing. I can have range attack? Yo! Torch extinguish. Oh god. 2 diamonds. Come on, it's shiny. I'm a kobold. It's worth, always. And see, only 1 heart. So good. What a bargain. What a bargain. Personally, I wouldn't go for that. Fair. That's fair. But it's shiny though. I'm sorry, it's just me being kobold. Considering how much I've already... Oh, it's 50 a lot? Shit. Probably. Oh. I cannot get greedy with worm. Oh. No, what the fuck? It's fine. I personally love the tempo up. Have you died yet? Once. Oh, did I mess up? Impressive. Thank you. I did. I guess I just played too much Aria. I love I love Necrodancer too much. I just keep playing Aria back then. All the practice. Actually, I died a couple times early on. Then just like one shot the entire rest of the game. You should play Aria. Oh my god, okay. I'll keep that in mind. But not now though, since I'm not that good in this game currently. She came as part of the character DLC. Oh my god, that's so good. I think I saw like there's a dungeon mode in this game as well. God, this game thinks of everything. I love it. Okay, probably from here. Oh, sorry. Oh god. Can I bonk this rock? Nope. Bomb? Nope. Alright. What? Oh, sorry. Down here? Eh, I cannot dodge that one. Oh no. I don't have a spare shovel. Kinda curious about how much this game's mechanics are taken from Crypt. Actually, I haven't played them myself. Oh, quite a lot actually. Like, I would say most of the thing is similar to Crypt of the Necrodancer, which is why I can sort of adapt to this game as well. Oh hey! Gerudo Village. Hi. There's an unexplored ruin nearby if you're looking for something to do. It's right in the middle of the desert. One of our mechanics is there actually. She'll probably appreciate your help if you have time on your hands. Sure. Oh. I'll just get the normal shovel. I'm doing my shop. I don't get many customers out here, but that won't stop a businesswoman like me. Ooh. Favorite place you visit around Hyrule? Recently really enjoy the beaches. Those Zora are pretty swell. Oh, those fish things are called Zora? They're very adorable. Bombchu balling? Alright. Sure. Try to hit as many targets as you can. You can use to release Bombchus. There's a price if you do well enough. Good luck. Okay, you don't have to teach me anything. I'll just... Uh-oh. Oh, I can move around. Oops, I'm out of Bombchus. Hey, can I get more Bombchus? Can I get more Bombchus? I'm sorry. That's my own Bombchu. Can I do it again? That's fun. This time let's try to bomb better. It's so fast though. How much Bombchus do I have? Oh, I assume I did good. Alright, thanks for that. Welcome to our village. Some enemies are able to hide in the walls in the desert. Be careful where you dig. Oh shit, okay. That is kinda scary. Do I need to play this? I don't know. Why am I trying to act smart? I'm not. Oh, but I think I can try this. Did you see that? The buttons on the ground lit up with each music note was played. I was about right. It's the second part of the music. This one, yeah. Oh, what am I doing sleeping outside? I don't know. Thanks for waking me up, stranger. I'm Bariera, the leader of this village. Here, this should help you take care of that mischief in the ruins. Whoa! I can punch. Pick up an object with this and use it again to throw it to the marked location. You mean I don't get to? I cannot punch things? Oh god. I mean, I would love to punch. I can yeet. I was caught off guard here by a strange man. Octavu? I would love to teach that guy a lesson. Same. Going in. Hi, do you play the music here? I guess that fool, Bariera, really got out of the way. I don't suppose you leave me alone, still practicing here? Okay. Nope. Clearly, there's a power in music I wasn't aware of. Need to improve. See you around, traveler, sooner or later. Sure. Also, you can use it to preserve your combo while standing still. I'll just like use it in the middle of use it when not moving. Oh. Or maybe I can eat? I can eat monk? You just use it to the beat and you won't drop the combo? That's good. I think just not realize how you're supposed to do this. Oh, don't tell me yet. Actually, don't tell me. But I'm just gonna go down here. Yeah. I got the power yeet. Shit. Shit. Oh, the music is so damn hype. Hey man. Nice. Hey, Savior. I got stunned. This is a huge map. Oh! I'm the best? Oh, one of the monsters was holding this. Maybe you can use it? Spin attack? Ultimately assigned to L and only Lunk can use it? Long can now use stamina to charge a spin attack and unleash it to hit all surrounding enemies. Whoa. You even fire a beam projectile when Long is at full health. Whoa, Long! Previously I cheesed in multiplayer. Oh. Wait, it's like you're both going to the same place and prevents the thing from pushing you down. I realized the way you actually do it. Oh, at least what I'm guessing is probably the intended solution. Oh, cool. Lies Gerudo ruins, but the bridge inside is broken. Oh shit. How do you move? Oh shit, you were trying to recover. Ooh, spear OP. I don't like the fact it's brittle. Aha! Oh, I have to take half a health now? I assume I can just step on those things. Usually glass out lasts about a room or two for me. Well, since I have to force getting hit, let me change back the weapon. I assume anyway. Oh shit. Ow. Yep. I saw that. Dig dash? I'll take it. Dig dash may be bad. Maybe I should change it back. Can I eat this? I mean, I'm trying to eat it. What? That's good enough. More? They're so adorable. Are they dragons? Oh my god. They look like dragons. Bombchu! Sorry, I didn't think Bombchu's gonna be this OP. But they're so maybe they're not hostile? Shit. Oh god, I killed them though. I feel bad now. Crap. Oh god. They're just vibing. Maybe they're not hostile. Oh, we have more here. Hi. Are you hostile? Oh, okay, you are. But you're so adorable though. Oh, you just become rock? brittle dig. So I guess me using Bomb Chew is actually a good idea. Because I cannot destroy them. I'm out of shovel? Oh, then the shovel is up there. Oh, there was a brittle shovel. Shit, I'm dumb. Sorry to do this to you. I feel bad. Oh, here's one more. Nope. Shit. There we go. 2 damage of the dig? Sure. What did I do with the gears? Finally, now we can lower the bridge, but it's gonna cost you. What? Are you doing a little bit of a daylight robbery right now? I just brought you whatever I brought you. I assume I had to bring. Maybe I didn't bring her anything. Maybe I'm the dick here. Oops. Oh, thank God. You little shit. Thanks. Oh, lava is bad, right? Oh, lava seems very bad. I'm not going down there. Ooh. Oh, they buffed the shiny. Holy shit. Little dude. Little dude. I'm sorry, little dude. No. It has to be done. Ooh, fire bad. Oh, fire bad. Ow. How do I get this? Oh, shopkeep. Oh. Yo, shopkeep. Plus the fence? Yeah. Piece of heart. Long jump? No. Never long jump. I am not entirely sure how I got here, but I've still got my wares. Nice. Everybody uses rupee here, so I've converted all my prices from coins. Cool. I wish I had my own forest. I'll play the merchant tree. Watch what you do with those bombs, friend. Yeah, boots of lipping is so yikes. I hate it. Not definitely one of the worst items in the game, I would say. It's that bad. Well, to me anyway. If you like the boots, hey, don't worry about it. It's just me being a dick that doesn't like the boots. If you like the boot, feel free, man. I regret my decisions and my deed. This is bad, right? That's one. Why am I doing this? Oh, 2 health. Oh god. Oh, nice. It's like the game knows. Ain't no ice, wait up. Sure. Shit, I didn't see it jump. Oh. See what I mean by they buff the shiny? You cannot miss it now. Oh, they hate the lava as well. Hey, yeah. I'm face tanking you. Oh, nice. Magic cape. Oh, hey. Magic cape though. Kick-ass, I know. This game is so heckin' good. Hi, Essie. I want magic cape. I don't know what it does, but I want it. Makes me look cool. Allow you to become invisible, avoiding enemy attacks at the cost of stamina. Oh, and if you visit a second time or run out of stamina, your invisibility will end. Oh, okay. How you doing, Essie? How's it going? I'm still recovering, but I'm feeling much better than the past 2 days, definitely. So yeah. What did I do with this? Oh, oh! But then there's this one. I never tried the spin attack. Kinda cool. The bad PTSD. Oh, it's a little guy again. Sorry. I had to do it. Nice, so this one still behaves the same. Float across gaps? Sure. Oh. Crap. Oh, crap. My ring shattered. It's okay. Lunge for extra damage? Oh my god, yes. Oh, it's Zelda only? Okay, fine. Not crap. Miscalculate. Tree vision brittle? Brittle tree vision though. I'll take it. The shopkeeper's thinking so hype. I ate it. Thanks. Hey, shopkeep, about that torch of mine. You have it? I kinda need it back. There, thank you. Oh, can I get this thing? I don't know how. Okay, I'm not gonna get it. Maybe? Bomb? Alright, bomb it is. It kinda works, I guess. Need to stop doing bad things. Oh, it just pushes me away. Okay, I need to kill this thing. Only a few beats I can kill it. Okay, we win. I hope. Nice. Ooh, thank God for the float. Cheesecake? Oh, that's not cheesecake. Okay, oops. Nice too. Auto dig? Why should destroy all enemies here? Wow. Alright, auto dig it is. No, how? Oh, sorry, man. Dang it. I think I can get it with my float gap. 1, 2. How much? Sun. Okay, 3. Hey. What do I do with this? Oh, I can get up here again. Oh, this one is the first. Oh, the first letter. I forgot. Alright. No torch, it's fine. Let's go. I can still kind of see. I'll be a little bit dark. Everything is fine. Alright, here we go. The second boss, huh? Oh, it's a guitar? Looks like you got lucky the last time. Probably. I'll not make the same mistake again. Face my second champion. Power of fire, see my... Oh, it is guitar. Guitar string ablaze. Whoa. Oh, wait, that's cheating. Bass, guitar, moss, knights? Knights? This one looks hard as fuck. Alright, let's do it. Oh. Oh, the music. Okay, I need to kill them. They usually just go up and down. Okay, I cannot kill you first, okay. Shit! Oh, this is really hard, okay. Why am I trying to face turn them? You're just waiting for me, you piece! Get out. I assume I can kill you. Okay. 1, 2. Alright. The classic 1, 2. Shit. Oh, the music changes as well? Damn, that's clever. Okay. Technically, I died again. But because I got the potion, I cheated. So don't worry about it. I absolutely cheated. The power of heckin' potion, so good. Oh, it's a bass guitar even, nice. Dude, bass sounds good. Like every time I listen to bass music, it just, or like a bass line, just makes me want to learn bass guitar. This may help you stop Octavo. Easy. Oh, auto dig, I forgot. I assume I go back. Hey, I defeated the boss. No, you should stay the same thing. Big lads. Oh. Oh. No, it doesn't activate the thing. Maybe you need something that's heavier. I mean, this one is still the same thing. You? I need to activate the bomb. What if I throw you? No? It doesn't allow me to? Take this? No? I can only bonk these. Unless I can bonk this? Nope. I mean, people say bomb solves problems. I'm out of bombs, crap. Hey, anyone sells bombs here? No? Dang it. Then I'm gonna try Bomb Chew. I have 2 Bomb Chews. Just gonna bomb the thing. Bomb Chew away! Bomb Chew! What, that doesn't work. Only regular bombs allowed? Well, I'm gonna find my way. Oh, I found it. I win. I win the game. The power of BAMs. If I just push it here. There, and it just... Ah, back. Got him. Okay, I'm pretty much explored the bottom half of the place, but there's like 2 grayed out areas here and here. Let's go finish them. Oh god.
Hello. And welcome.
Aura, thank you. Nice, finally a torch. That's a lot more work. Nope. Nah. Okay, down here. Oh, nice. Oh, weapon pierces. I like this music more when it's like slightly faster. It sounds more lively. Personally, anyway. You will, I know. Guys, give me a second. Gonna go take care of some lizard problem. I guess a lizard like my sister's room, huh? Alright, I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. Yeah. Okay. I mean, lizards are kind of cute. I put them away. They're all good. Don't want to hurt the little guy. Little guy just vibing. Okay, up right. Oh yeah, I forgot about you. Ooh. There we go. Danger, keep out. Too bad I cannot read. Let's go in. Tree beat? Oh, that's weird. What the fuck? Danger indeed. Reflex projectiles? Sure. Okay, this one's like locked away, I think. I should probably try going up then. Yeah, let's try going up. Ads on Twitch are insane, just got 8 unskippable ads. Yeah, they never really changed it. Or they changed it to the worst, I think. Like, ads are kind of... Twitch is kind of forcing me to have... forcing me to play 3 minutes of ads per hour. Which is insane. 3 minutes of ads per hour is like shitload. But if I don't play it 3 minutes per hour, you guys would get pre-roll instead. It's like shit. And I know for a fact that pre-roll is the one that kills small streamer like me. Like people don't even get it. Like person like me, streamer like me, small, right? Like if I were to click into, you get a pre-roll still. Well, that's fucked up then. Well, anyway, I'll look into the ad thing afterwards again, because they say that I will not get pre-roll, and I'll get 55% of the revenue share too. Like if I click on the streamer and then the first thing I got is ads, I'll most likely go away, I would say. Because that's why I like that's why I feel like pre-roll is the one. Pre-roll is the one that's gonna kill the smaller streamers out there. I'm pretty sure anyway. Shit. Been here, right? You find the situation their horrible ad management? Yeah, it feels like Twitch, in terms of ad, is going insane. There's no point in becoming affiliated anymore since the 50-50 is universal now. Oh, you mean it's no point in becoming partner because even partner gets the 50-50? Because affiliated has always been 50-50 as far as I know. Like even 2 years ago when I got affiliated. 2 years ago. God, I've been sharing for that long, huh? Oh, I'm back here. This place looks like a big deal. Partner? Wow, then what's the point of getting partner then? Well, Hyrule Castle is protected by Octavio's magic. We need to defeat his 4 champion in order to pass. Oh, okay. I'll be right back then. Damn, that sucks. Oh. What am I looking at? Some sort of puzzle. Oh, okay, it's not really a puzzle. Is it? Oh, nice. Weapon pierces though. Nah, it's fine. So this is Hyrule's castle. I cannot get in. I'll just keep to the right then. Oh, I forgot. Oh. Oh. Shit. Oh god. Don't panic. Wait up. Oh. Fire Rod? Oh. Got him. You got the warp charm. Sheikah stones you haven't activated will now be revealed on the map screen. Whoa! Oh, you mean like this one? Whoa! There is a lot of Sheikah stones. Okay, okay. Am I being hugged? Wow. Droxen has a tongue? What do you mean? I always have a tongue. Tongue is pretty much essential because I need to taste things. That's why I say almost essential. I mean, it's pretty much essential, I would say. Just notice it? That's fair. I hardly use the blab thing because I keep forgetting about it.
Yep. Yep.
Nice.
Yep. Yep, yep.
Ooh. Oh, can I block the wind? That's a lot of arrows. Oh yeah, I have bow, don't I?
Yep.
Wait, I don't have a bow, don't I? Huh. It's okay, fire rod's good enough. Danger, keep out? I can block the wind? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Speaking of... Speaking of... Hold the button down on one beat and release on the following beat to fire an arrow that can hit enemies from a distance. Sounds like what the bow does. Stretch that bone. You want me to stretch? I need moisture. It feels like kind of a short game, I think. I don't know if I can finish it in one session, but in about 3 hours I already got 2 big bosses.
Just found TTS redeem. Yip 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 yip.
Yip, huh? You have the power to yip, but you still let TTS do the yip. Wow. Wow. You're lazy. You're lazy. Oh shit, I forgot. That you are? You know what? Same. Same. There's nothing wrong with being lazy, honestly. Why am I doing this? What's this weapon? Oh. Cave charm. All caves and shops will now be revealed on the map screen. Getting a bunch of charms now. Okay, then too much information. How does this weapon work? To a single in the wide range ahead of you, moving you forward breaks if you get hit. Oh, what's your attack pattern? I gotta keep going down for now. Whoa. Move for attacking? Damn, hype. Well, there goes the weapon. Aria with the fat beatsies. Fat beatsies. Oh, nice. 5 wide, 1 forward. Oh. Oh. Oh, I think I know how it works. Oh shit. Yeah, okay. That's how it works. Do I still have my bottle? That I do. Alright. Thanks. 10 rupees? Fine. I don't like it. I see a strange man in need of help. Your fate is to assist him? Strange man? Oh, that's... Oh. I'm way further. Okay. It's fine. That strange man can wait. I'm sure he'll be fine. Okay, Air Rivals music is pretty hype as well, holy shit. Fiat Beatsies. Did I just Super Mario this thing? Oh. I mean, I already have full health. Probably not? I feel like the back of my mind, I kind of missed one hidden entrance. Did I? Oh shit, I don't remember. It's okay, we can keep going down. Or not, alright. Oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, now I can probably go down. My shovel is still fine. Have I been here? Probably not. Oh, I can do it twice. I'm wasting time. Yeah, there goes the chest. I don't know why I keep wasting time against that big boy. Can I still try again? Oh, that's nice. There we go. Got him. Oh, I'm rich. We're rich. We're rich. Okay, left. Not left, apparently. How am I supposed to get up there? Oh yeah, I have reflect projectiles, I forgot. Okay, now I can. This Sheikah stone looks a little different. You need to defeat all enemies on this screen before you can activate it. Oh, wasn't that always the case? There we go. Oh. I feel like all my equipment's almost breaking. Hi. Oh, hi. Hello, my love. Let's get you feeling better. Oh, okay, thanks. Poison damage? Infuse your current weapon with emerald? No. Multiplier base damage? Whoa. I don't know. I can heal currently with my dagger? Does it infuse my dagger? Heals half a heart after defeating 5 enemies. I love this. I can heal. I'm keeping it. I'm not changing it. Thanks. Okay, map. Oh. Oh yeah, the Deku, I didn't see it. Oh god. Come on! Wake up! Nice. Oh. Infuses a currently equipped weapon. You have a spare regular dagger you could infuse? Oh! Oh, then I can infuse my regular dagger. Oh, I'm gonna go back. Was it down? Yeah, it's down. This one. So I need to change it here. Yeah, there we go. I'm an obsidian enjoyer personally. Oh yeah, obsidian is strong. Oh, obsidian even in Crypt of Necrodancer, Obsidian is like optimal. It's really good. If you can keep up with the multiplayer, multiplayer, then you're in good hands. Now, even if you just defeat one thing, you will get 2 times the damage. It works the same way. Got it. Right? It's so neat. So long as you don't mess up too much, your damage will always be about 2 or 3. 3 if you don't mess up. Then you get 1 damage 1 hit. If you kill a thing, then yeah, you get 2 damage back. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Poison is I never have poison in. There's no poison damage in Necrodancer. That's why I'm so intrigued about this. I'm gonna try it. Oh yeah, poison works the same way. Okay, I think I get it. Hit, 3 beat, half a heart. I can see why you say it's air. I see it. Oh, wait, the poison keeps going. Wait, didn't I do this before? There it is. Either 1 or 2 damage. Oh, so it's a little bit of RNG in there. It gets outclassed by other damage increasing effects. Feels like it. Oh. Oh shit. Oh god. Why? Bomb. Let's go bomb OP. If you're lazy, just bomb them. Nah. Oh! This must be the same thing. You hit the war drum, I'm calling it. You hit the war drum on the beat. You can stay in a place and then you can get more damage afterwards. Ah, of course. Oh my god, yes. It's the same. It's the same as Heckin' Necrodancer. For your patient, you're dropping combo on ice because if you try to move a sliding, drop the combo for some reason. Oh yeah, because on the ice you're not supposed to press a thing. You're gonna let it slide until you touch the ground, then you'll be fine. That's normal. It's the same ice behavior in Necrodancer as well. And the hot ground behaves the same way as well. Which is why I can so fast adapting to this game. The most of the mechanics in this game behaves very samey towards Necrodancer. What is this? Oh, I've been here. Okay. Oh yeah, this is a Hyrule castle. Wardrum just stays on my A button always as soon as I get it. Oh, I didn't do the ward drum and then do the 4th hit sound. I mean, this one is a little bit too intricate. I always love it when I do ward drum, it was just 1 hit, and then the next hit when it hits, it always do the 4th hit shout. Know what I mean? When you hit 4 times in a row, they'll shout. And it's like, yeah, that's so cool. Oh, they do it. Okay, nice. Bam. Cheat. I forgot I can do that. Not even for the damage boost, mostly just the ability to stand still without dropping combo. I don't see that as an issue because I always just walk around. So maybe the playstyle is a little bit different there. But I love it for the damage. Can also do that, but War Drum is better for it. War Drum is made for it. Make some enemy patterns significantly easier. Yeah, true. Definitely true. It's just how I play. If I don't move around, I feel terrible. For whatever reason, I don't know why. Ignore terrain, brittle, yeah. My shop is stocked well, ho ho. I little Nitemos, yup. Are you chanting something here? When did I get such a fantastic voice? I just sing like nobody's shopping. Cool. Beatles? No, there aren't any Beatles around here. Huh. That's a Zelda reference? By something where you're backwards? Really? Oh, you're right. Oh shit. By something, will ya? Also, I love they upgraded the shopkeeper music. The shopkeeper singing. Shopkeeper now has P and F in it. It's not just monotonous one string of the voice. There's actually soft voice and strong voice now. It's like, oh shit. Sorry, I'm nerding out a little bit. It's a thing shopkeepers say in Zelda 1. Oh, okay. Using Joy-Cons or Pro Controller. I'm using Pro Controller's D-pad. That's how I play this game. I found it way easier than using Joy-Con for this. I mean, I could use 2 Joy-Cons, but... nah. It's pain, really? But I feel like it's pretty good. Well, personal preference, I guess. Although I'm kind of curious, though. This is one of the few games I use Joy-Con for. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know why it's a pain for you. But I can respect that. You use whatever you feel the best on. Just enjoy the game, definitely. Having the D-pad and separate buttons works well for this. Oh, you know what? I see it now. It's a fair point too, yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, that's not bad. I'm so lazy to chase it now. Works in my book. Nice. Oh, I forgot you jump sideways or diagonally. Procon D-pad sometimes presses left or right when you press up or down. Oh, because they're like sticking together. Arrows are hard to come by, so it's often worth it to just use them to clear screen a bit faster. Fair. Because I just got my arrow back, like, immediately. Tech tights are so annoying. Oh, you mean the spooder? Are they called tech tights? Ooh. Ah, okay. What? How do I progress through here? I cannot fly. Oh no. I'm probably gonna need... Oh, I'm gonna need the floating boots. Am I supposed to find it? That might be impassable. Yeah, feels like it. Oh, maybe if I... How do I even push it the other way? You can push slab upstairs. Okay, let me try it. I forgot I just stay with the beat. Here. Up. Even if I push up though, I'm stuck here. Oh wait, no, I'm not. I'm stupid. There we go. Can I bomb this tree? Don't ask. No, I can't. Okay, fine. I'm okay with playing this music. Oh! Why do I never hear Family Juice play the overworld theme? Oh hecky. Oh hecky, yes! So good! Why are we playing Ring of Rosie again? There we go. What do you mean? Oh, I've been here before. Thanks. Oh, headset, hi! It's been a while, headset, how you doing? Thank yous for the raid. This puzzle is funky, feels like it. Doing good, nice. What were you playing? Project Jomboid? Ooh, I see a lot of my friends playing it. Way up later than I should be, so I'm probably gonna lurk and pass out. Oh yeah, sure. Definitely. Go take care of yourself. Sorry about my voice though, I'm still like sick. Half sick. I think you do have all the tools necessary to solve it. Super finicky. Have a good stream. Thank you. I'll have a good stream. Also, welcome in everyone. God. My name is Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games and I do art. And I'm gonna do a lot more art these days, so look forward to it. I mainly do 3D modeling, so there you go. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Oh, I guess not so much finicky, it's just kinda annoying to execute. To get this thing? Is there even a way to stack them up together? Can I eat this? Oh! Oh! Oh shit, it's broken forever! Oh shit! Oh, guess I'll do it afterwards then. Unless there's something I can... Nah. It's okay, I'll come back afterward. They don't respawn, that's kinda sad. It's fine, don't worry about it. Lost Woods? Alright, here we go. Someone here that needs help? Zelda Classic getting lost? Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get lost. Oh hi! Have you mastered using a shield with R yet? If so, you can try this. Shield technique, you don't need to assign it to a button. Link and Cadence can now attack while holding out the shield, but watch out his stamina. Zelda can now hold Nehru's Love over multiple beats? Nehru's Love? I've been lost in these woods for a while now. Sometimes I think I'm making progress, but find myself back where I started. Oh, is it like a code or something? Is this like the famous Cadence getting lost? Bottom text. Oh hi, what? Have I found it? Oh. Oh, it's DLC called. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I'll come back later. Alright. Thanks for the heads up. B. You gonna guess on this one? Oh shit, okay. Is there seriously no code around here? There should be some hints. Should take a look at the surroundings. Cool beans. Looks like the right way. Wait, it should not be showing on the map. Did I mess up? You will know when you get it right. Oh, okay. You left the wood if you still. Okay. I get it. Okay, so this is the woods. I have to head up, I assume. I have to head up first to initiate the thing, I think. Alright. Wait, let me change weapon. I kinda want to use back my bloody weapon there. Let's go. It's a big tree. Can you get in? Oh! Oh, hi! Hi. Are you an adventurer? Mm-hmm. I've always wanted to be a hero like you, but I can't even hold a sword. Oh well, a scrub can dream. A scrub. Hi. Do you need a wake-up call? Ay, the mama! That's good shit at me. Oh. Tingle's music puzzle is an interesting one. Keep your eyes on these beat bars at the bottom of the screen. If you move whenever the bar reaches the middle, you measure rhythm correctly. Okay. Time for rhythm gaming! Thank God for my middle school Osu skills. That Deku Scrub. Oh yeah, I think Pinky told me about the Deku Scrub. A scrub can dream. Like the ones you've been murdering harvesting seeds from. Oh God, please don't put it that way. Tingle can't sleep with such raucous music playing. Thanks for waking Tingle up. He owes you something as thanks. Oh, Nintendo Switch. Tingle is quite a strange man. Looks like it. You got Tingle's Dowser. Using this in the Lost Wood will help you find your way through. Using it elsewhere may lead to find. Oh, I win. Hi, do you need sword? Well, I guess I win the woods. Oh, I have to use that thing then. I don't think I've ever used the down south and woods. I don't think it's necessary. My controller's shaking. Oh? 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 Oh, that's loud. Okay. Oh, these are ghouls. Okay, I know how you work. Why do you shake violently here? Oh, this one shakes too violently. Guess I cheated. Got him. Oh. Hey. Oh, okay, you're an archer. Oh. Red dragon. Thanks. Burrito feather? Using this will let you jump into the air, potentially avoiding enemy attacks. Oh! Down thrust? I'm glad I can just like do red dragon thing. Thanks. Now you can boing for one tile and up half a tile. It is not very useful for platforming. Oh, sounds useful enough. Half a tile. Nice. Good. Do they keep respawning? Crap. They can jump a half a town normally. Oh, you're right. I forgot. I can just. Yeah. Oh, Dowser. Hi, Foxy. Ooh. Oh. I cheated! I have activated Game Shark.
Yup.
Yup. Red Dragon. Stinky! Oh my god, hi Roxas. Why am I doing 2 damage? I cannot get up there. Guess I'll just ignore that one. Lost Swamp. Gun 5 kit subbles from 5 different streams in one day. Cool. More emotes to spam. In a way, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Oh yeah, ignore terrain. Oh shit, I regret. Ooh, tempo is a little bit funky on this one. I like it. Teleported? Oh shit. Ignore terrain. Why is the music so cute now? Compass? Sure. They didn't hurt me. What is this? Oh! What does that even do? Heal from kill, I win. There's more here, I'm gonna keep exploring. Going in? The music is so good though, holy shit. What the book? Alright. Oh, 3 bombs? Wow, free. I assume this one is just like making everything I wear become glass. I don't think I want that though. I mean, sure, glass is strong, but holy shit, one hit everything broke. I'm not doing that. Wonder what that does. Oh yeah, I don't have the thing anymore. It'll be funny. it sure does. Choose one. Hook shot. Ice arrows. Ice arrows? Oh! This can be equipped along with your bow on the inventory screen. They imbue your arrows with an ice effect. Oh. Oh, I win. Also, it gives you a glass ring of preservation so you actually get 2 hits. Oh! Oh, that's neat. That confuses me so much. Oops. Big chest. Uh-oh. Who are you? Alright. Take dash? Nah. Major key? Ayo. Fun? Major key, huh? How about my minor key? Uh-oh. 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 Ooh. You better have a shield. Oh, this is cool. Hey. Spear OP? Sorry, spear is too good. You should have 9 keys. This is bad. Oh, the game's being very nice to me. I got messed up by the half beaten. Oh god. Is there more enemies? Spear is epic? Yeah, Spear is so good. Oh, hey. Oh yeah. OP spear. Gosh, I have to take so many hits for this? Spear is my second most preferred weapon type in this game. Can you try something real quick? I wonder if you can shoot a regular arrow through the torso on this layer effect. Oh. You mean like shoot from here to the... to here? Let me try. Oh! You're a wizard! You're a damn wizard! Holy shit! I found a wizard! Oh, that's a puzzle. This one is just brute force. This one is a puzzle. I never thought it's a puzzle. Maybe my brain doesn't work well with puzzles, I would say. I'm pretty bad when it comes to puzzles. Did a brain blast and just thought how to solve it right then. Wow. Still a wizard. Alright. Nope. Oh, spear is too strong, man. Like that, people were saying that broadsword is also pretty good. It is, but have you tried spear though? Have you tried spear? It's like, oh shit. Got the boss key. Oh. I'm a longsword enjoying this. It's like spear but funky. Oh, longsword is like can cut through two spaces. It's not like spear will always hit the one that's in front of you only. Yeah, longsword is also like very nice. Although in Necrodancer, you can throw the spear and dagger. I don't think you can throw weapons in this game. Like in Necrodancer, you can throw your weapon.
Hey, hello, I don't understand. Where are the subtitles?
Did I not open up the subtitles? Yeah, there's no weapon throwing. Hi Jane. Subtle reminder that you're wow. Okay, Jade. Okay. You think I'm not ready for that? I am not. Hi Jade. If I go down here where I get soft locked, no, I'm burning this one first. There. But longsword is a Link exclusive weapon type that replaces shield with stab. Oh, I think that's pretty okay. If only I can throw spear in this game, OP. Let's go, third boss. You can hold the sword out and spin it around. Oh, true. Did it fire a beam? That's kinda cute. Look at that. Oh! Okay, let's go. Let's go, bossu. Maracas? Maracas? I'm gonna shake it. I'm gonna shake the maraca. And perhaps you're stronger than you look. Don't look at me, I'm just a kobold. Not that it matters. You'll never be able to defeat Ganon. Ganon? But are you strong enough to defeat my third champion? In power of Zuji, fill my maracas with shaking soil. Maracas though! Oh shit, look at that. Help. Oh, he's shaking the maraca? Nice. Oh, you close your eyes. Take it slow. Take it slow. It's fine. Yeah. Not warp. Hey, it's very warp. I could have won there. Hey. Oh no. Here we go. I was like, no, why is the music faster? Oh. Oh shit, this is way harder. I like it. Taking the board. One hit. Oh, they move. Oh, that's really good. Oh, I love this. Thank goodness in refs by this time have eye lasers like this. I know, right? Hi, Fang. Hi, Carnine. Oh, that's hype. I love that. Weapon pierces. I don't think I need that. Wide attack. 3k rupees? It's fine. I still have 118 diamonds. Don't worry about it. Weapon? What weapon am I using? This one, right? Oh wait, I can... Oh, I always have the spear? I always have the spear? Oh my god. I've never been happier. Let's go, I got the spear, I win the game. He picked up the spear from the gold chest mid-dungeon, so it counts as me having it permanently? That's really good. I cannot ignore the... Hey. It's stuck. Worth. Nope. Too many. Someone call the pest control. Okay. Oh, that's too far. Spear's too good. Oh, the ignore terrain, okay. Why did I go back for it? Pest control. That works. Only one? Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Do the small one first. It's kind of hard to deal with all of them together. Maybe leave one out. I'm stupid! Leave one. Hey, nice. Dude, that's fun as hell. I love it. Oh. Kinda so good. And happy Kobo. Happy Kobo, best Kobo. Weapons are not lost on death. Like you could have bought that broadsword and you would keep that? Oh, it's okay. I always get a chance to get that one. Maraca. I love Maraca. I never owned a Maraca before though. Like I could just buy one and they just shake the shit out of them. That boss feels good. You got the maracas. You can feel a magical aura when you hold them. This may help you stop Octavo. Nice. I have a little health though. Where am I? Oh. How much health for this? Worth. Oh hey, look what it is. It's the one that infused. I'll just fight with spear. That isn't the correct solution, is it not? Oops. And don't worry about it. If it works, it works. Reinfuse that to a different way if you want. Oh, nice. Okay, good. I don't need a Bowser. Can I eat the fire? Oh. Oh, that's a solution. Oh shit. I forgot yeet is a thing. Yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, family juice is so good. Can I just keep going the wrong way? Bam? Hey, Cadence. Yeah, Cadence still lost. Cadence, do you need my Bowser? I don't need it anymore.
Kanekawawa looks cute and fun too.
Konikawawa? 兄姐啊，應該是 I mean, Konikawawa, or what else could it be? Looks good and fun. Yeah, this game's great. I already got the third boss down. I got Maraka. I guess I just keep going up. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going up. Ow. Nice too. Damage with low HP? Sure. I see it. Nope. What am I doing? It's a little guy. I need to save my bomb for this. That's not it. What am I doing? Sorry, little guy. You're going... Hello? Cannot do it. Come here. They made it so cute too. God, I feel bad doing it. Oh. I win. Poison arrow? Yeah, I'm gonna keep going up. Looks like a new place. Oh! Spooder! Spooder! Oh, oops. Bomb? No. Oh. Bomb? No. Exterminated the last MM stream, so I'm here now. The last MM stream? What? Oh shit. Hi, cauliflower. Yeah, hi you. Oh shit. I'm not doing this too much work. Ooh. Oh, you see that? See the statue? They open the eye. That's how you know it's a trap. Oh, that's clever. I asked him what friends are, then he answered. Nah, I'm pretty sure it's not on purpose. Oh, it's getting automated. What's Armos? It's getting... Don't worry, I'm looking at it. It's just Automod doing its thing. Look, I know Automod is janky, but it does help in some certain situations, so don't worry. I read the thing. There. I don't know what armor. Why armors? You can tell a statue is in. I wonder what armor means to Automod. If you open something like that, yeah, that's how you know it's a trap. Can I put? I was just trying to push you into the water. Oh shit. Hi, do you sing? Do you not sing? Do you have a chest? I want it. Multiplayer base vision? 0.5. Weapon pierces? Weapon pierces is like so good. Too good actually. I'll just call them statue guys from now. Thanks for the money, shopkeeper. 0.5 defense. I like defense. I'll get defense. What? Oh. Courage ring? No. Protected dash? I don't know. I don't really fight with courage a lot. But courage might work. I have to kill though. No. I'll get defense then. It's fine, it's fine. It's getting blocked off. Yeah, it looks like it's getting blocked off. Oh, I have loot. Loot. Here, okay, loot. Loot. You can also just loot one from the map directly. Oh, that's really good. Okay, keep that in mind. I'll go here and the operator can just go up. Or not. Oh, is it because this one is lost wood? Okay, I cannot go out from here as well. How does this map work? Maybe I have to go here and then all the way like go here. Maybe? Oh, I died here before, is it? Oh, my first death is here. Yeah, let's teleport here. in here. You can usually spot where the walls are on the map. There's always thick dark borders. Like these things. And this one doesn't go down. This one doesn't go up. This one goes up from here. Oh, I see it. Okay, okay. Oh, Spooter. Oh, I messed up, did I? It's okay, just go up. Oh, hi! Kakariko Village? Chicken! Oh, fuck, I'm sorry. I didn't know I could still hit the chicken! Saw a strange man with loot doing something suspicious over near the crypt. Not me. Bombs has vertical range? Although for first tiles the walls are lighter than the ground. Looks like it. Oh, Doku! Oh my god, yes! Oh my god, yes! The game went from 8 out of 10 to 10 out of 10. Oh yeah, touch it. Pet it. Give them pets. Oh my god, the doggo noises. The doggo noises. I can't. Have you found the power glove yet? I think you can pick out lots of more than rocks of it. No. I can mute for you if you want. My god. Oh, can I pick up chicken? Why am I trying to bully chicken? Hey, come here. Oh! Can I drown you? I didn't mean to do that. Okay, no. Okay, stop. Stop messing with chicken. Hi. Did you see that? I got stung by a bee from these bushes. Well, happened to me multiple times already. The chickens are generally fine with being yeeted. Okay, good. Oh, hi. Aren't you Zelda or are you someone else? Why is Zelda here? Are you Zelda? I found someone sleeping outside the village and gave them a bed. If only we have a hibiscus potion, we might be able to wake them up. Oh. Hibiscus potion, huh? An empty bottle, you can use them all sorts of things. Oh, don't I know it? It's making me want to pet my doggo. Hi. Welcome to Kakariko Shooting Gallery. 20 rupees per game? Sure. Try to hit as many targets as you can. Use boob arrows. Okay. What? I don't understand. Pivot holding a drawn ball and still fire on the same beat? Pivot on the drawn ball and still fire on the same beat? You did bad. I did terrible. I don't even know what I'm shooting at. Maybe that's why I like to punch things instead. I'm a melee head. Punches always win in my book. Why do I keep missing that one? I forgot I'm supposed to follow the beat. Holding off on this until later? Oh. Is it that hard? Okay, let me try one more time then. How many rupees do I have? Oh, I don't have my 3,000 rupees anymore. Okay. Need to use it more conservatively. Treasure. Oh, treasure! Oh, I got it! Hey. I'm the beast. It's because of the doggo. I did it. Yeah. Alright, where do I go? I can still go up? No, there's a border there. Game says I can go either right or left. Nice. Yeah. The only useful thing you can get out of that... Well, I get a piece of heart, right? Piece of heart's always good. It's always nice to get more hearts, I guess. Oh, I forgot. I cannot wait to play like dungeon mode in this game. Oh, B. Oh, I can block and attack at the same time. I forgot. It's like a really strong spooter. Oh, who are you? Goron Locket? Bomb juice and bombs. Hi. Bomb cones for sale. Get your bomb cones. Bomb cones? Are they lethal? They sure look very lethal. Oh, sorry. Only Gorons can eat bomb cones actually. Say, have you seen any around here? Nuh-uh. Got some other stuff, at least. Well, just some regular bombs actually. Cone not included. I guarantee you have a blast with my wares. Oh. Thanks. I want this though. You don't need to assign it to a button. This will make the wearer immune to damage from lava. Oh, what? If I get this so much earlier, that would be so good. That is game-breakingly good. Oh dang! I should come here way earlier. Well, good enough. At least now I don't have to worry about, heat. Alright, let's go left. Oh. Don't know why my brain just shut down there for a few seconds. Oh. Why are there suddenly buffering issues? Preserves durability. I'll take it. Alright, I'm gonna do something. Hopefully OBS doesn't crash again. It seems to add some buffering to it somehow. I'm just gonna go like auto detect. Please OBS don't crash. Rage. Wee. Oh, thank god. Okay. It didn't crash. Glass ring also protects other glass items. Oh. Ring of protection. Glass ring of preservation. Oh, it's glass ring of preservation. Oh, even rings have glasses. So long as the ring doesn't break, the durability of items will not go. It would be great if I have the gold shovel. Actually, no, I'm taking this. No. Brain. It's getting blocked. Dead end. Let's go back here. Did I not activate the Sheikah stone? It's okay, I can activate it here. Wait, there's no Sheikah stone here. Oh, did you mention something about the graveyard? I think I read it, but I did not. I think I looked at it, but I didn't read the full message. Grow more hands equals more rings. I mean, if you really want, you can wear 10 rings. I think 10 rings is really good. Chicken. Secret to the graveyard? Ooh. Oh. Oh. I got it. I'm the best. Whenever there's a secret, just touch them until they move. Also, best music, by the way? We're playing Crypt of the Necrodancer now. Let's go. Damn, the music is so good. I'm gonna come. L-shaped attack. No. Shrine of Death, do it will be funny. Do the shrine. God damn it, okay. Why is there a trap here? Woo! Oh god, dude. Just a second. Alright, I'll do the shrine. Huh. Am I being spared? Multiplayer based vision. Key. Bomb chew. Nah, I have all of those. They hold in place for a couple beats. More than one beat, okay. So it's not a big deal. God, this is like the best music though. Is this a secret? So if I don't know the thing, if you didn't tell me it, I would never get Hibiscus Potion. Shrine of Death moment. Still have no idea what it does. Did it just make me one-shot everything? Eh. Including me? Oh fuck. I'm running away. Whee! Now we should get rid of the Shrine of Death effect. You found a Hypix's potion? Have you given it to the person sleeping in the wooden house yet? Nope. I kinda want to drink it though. Hi, wake up. Wake up. Lonk, is that you? Why am I in this strange place? You're Zelda, right? So it was the musician Octave was doing. I'll join you so we can put a stop to this. Thanks, Zelda. You woke Zelda. Zelda is a princess of Hyrule and the holder of the Triforce of Wisdom. You can switch characters at any Sheikah Stone. Someone's awakening. Can I play as Cadence? Like, I want to play as Cadence. I don't want to play as Zelda. I don't wanna. Nuh-uh. Gonna keep exploring. Am I gonna get cancelled for saying that I don't want to play as Zelda? She has different LR abilities and a different unique weapon type. Oh! Well. Say no more. Let me try it. Your weapon is a dagger. Daggers are short swords, but short sword and dagger behaves the same, it feels like. Charge rapier? Oh, I have the rapier! Rapier is OP, dude. I love rapier in Crypt and Necrodancer. Launch and get 2 damage, and then you have like Karate G. Karate G, glass rapier. Yeah, beat that shit is like 8 damage at least. It's like, yeah! He just one-shot everything, including the boss. It's so funny. Rapier is too good. Oh, that's above. Oops. Oh, I cannot go there. Now I can. But I cannot float there. I have to kill it. Oh, chicken! I mean, I cannot get that chest right there? Chicken! Chicken! Thanks. A chicken! Get out, thank you. Protected dash? Sure. Yeah, rapier is really good. Maybe I'll use Treasure charm. So now I can see treasure chest in the map now? Oh, there's too much information. Holy shit. There's too much information. Did by Ori Origio Necrodancer on Switch? Oh yeah, I saw. True. Try grabbing the chicken and jumping off a ledge with it. Can I make him fly? Oh, can it make me? Does chicken even fly? Maybe this is not high enough. Was worth a shot? Oh, it's okay. Can I bring this to... Did I bug the game? Okay, no. Spooder! Oh! Oh yeah, protected dash, I forgot. Damn, air rifle going hard. Air rifle's music going hard. Stealthy? Nah. Where? Where do I hear shop? Oh, I see it. Okay. See this? I'm the best. Oh my god, it's so not obvious. Hi. Thanks. Weapon pierces, I win. This game is multiplayer? Yeah. You can play multiplayer with this game. It's really fucking good, I think. Although I never tried it before. Damn, air rifle doesn't have to go this hard. Like slime. Oh, so good. Weapon pierces is OP. Oh, hi, it's you again. Yeah. Oh. Broken down windmill. Your fate is to make it run once again. Mark the location. Oh, okay. Sure. It doesn't feel too far away. Spot a bunch of crack moves that you missed. Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm pretty sure I missed a bunch of them. Definitely. I only know about the crack wall because I heard shopkeeper is singing. The multiplayer is just having two characters on screen at once. If the two players are not particularly coordinated, it is pain. Yeah. I mean, it must be, because this game does require you to have quite a bit of a sense of tempo. If not, if both player, I assume if both player doesn't move to the beat, or like move as close to the beat, as close to each other as possible, enemy movement is gonna be terrible. You cannot read them. Oh, chicken! Who are you? Okay. Oh, hey! Damage with low HP? Nah. Mine currently is... what is it again? I don't remember. Weapon Pierces. Yeah, Weapon Pierces is too strong. Like, even in the Necrodancer games, if you have Weapon Piercing Ring, you basically just win the game, because after stage 2, most enemy have shields and stuff that you have to break through the shield before you can deal damage to them and kill them. With the ring, you can just like, haha, you have shield, you're still dead. So there you go. There you have it. Just have, if you find Ring of Piercing, take it. It's it's like the best item in the game. Going in. Oh shit. Alright, here we go. What am I looking at? Can I get it from here? How do I fight you? Oh, I have to jump down. Oh my god. I have to jump down. No. Not a chance. Fuck. Oh, you asshole. Alright, I'm gonna die here. That's right. Let's go. Hey, don't worry about it. Sometimes you're gonna cheat. Save instant bombs? Nah, nothing beats Weapon Pierces. Organic Simply What? Simply Cola? What do you mean? Boomerang. Throw this at enemies to stun them. It always finds its way back to you. Oh! And I see. Simply Organic Cola? Organic Cola? How the hell? Oh, I think there was an enemy. Because of Weapon Pierces. Oh, damn, the music. Oh. Holy shit, I'm gonna coom. So good. Bam. Weapon Pierces, I don't care. Nope. Weapon Pierces? Okay, no. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, oops. I think I messed up. Yeah, I totally messed up. Oh, I totally messed up. Oh, why'd I do that? It's okay, like, it's only 3 bombs. No, launch, I forgot. Yeah, I'm getting used to Rapier so quickly. Rapier is just too good. Is it technically blocked? Oh, you're not? Okay. Wow, free. With a bomb. I think this one is damage out at low HP. No, safe instant bombs. Cargo mistake view there. Leaving the screen will not, because pickup despawn. Pickups will despawn if I leave. That's fair. Oh, I can go. Okay. Oh, weapon pierces. Uh-oh. 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 I mean, I only need to not get hit, right? I just need to not get hit. I'm keeping it, the glass one. I'm changing it. There we go. Okay. B. Shit. Oh, rock. Oh, hi. More bottle? Yeah. I heard there are diamonds coming from monsters over Hyrule. If you bring enough by, you can buy some of my stuff. Oh, it costs diamond. I only have 152? I don't know if that's a lot or... I think that's a lot. I think that's a fucking lot. I think that's way too much. Oh, reflects all way. That's pretty good. Shopkeep. Oh yeah, I'm not shielded anymore. Ignore ice, wait up, flow across gaps. Flow across gaps. Wait up. I think wait up is not bad because it ignores the arrow tile. But then it's only that. Floating across gaps can be a lot more useful. I'm getting that. Okay. Chicken. Oh, it didn't kill me? Cool. Yeah. Got him. Sure. No, I'm not using glass weapons. Looking at something break hurts me. There's one more here. Being blocked by that one. If I go here, go up here. Probably. I just want to like sort of go through all the maps, I think. Yeah, there it is. Oh, I see it. I think I like the shield more, but I like the rapier way much, weapon-wise. Oh shit. Rapier easy. Magic boomerang. An upgrade to your old boomerang. This boomerang can stun larger enemies and destroy some weaker ones. Oh shoot. Okay, that's everything. Look at that. I've done everything here, now I just need to go back here. It's the only two towers I've never been to. Really? Okay, so from here, go up, up, up. There we got it. Da-da-da-da-da. Or not. Can I not go up from here? I don't think I can. I'm gonna try it. Oh god. Oh, it is a tree. Oh, I can float. Oh, E.G. They're cool leaf. Using this will launch a gust of wind ahead of you and knock back enemies and objects. Is that even good? Knocking back, I guess. Hey man. I'm getting bullied. Doesn't feel like I can go up actually. That's a bit of a problem. Maybe not? Maybe from here? Holy shit, the music! Good gods, man. I've never been so much happier than this. Holy shit. I'm sorry, the music is too good. Oh, butterfly. Woo! Another shopkeep. Item site. What's my current multiplayer based? Multiplayer based. Obsidian. I mean, Obsidian is pretty strong, but it's almost breaking. Yeah, it's okay. And then I'm gonna change this one as well. All right. Then I cannot go up, right? It's getting blocked. Then I just go left. Defense. Nice. And the shopkeep. Stamina regen dig. Stamina regen? I don't think I need that. Where's my gold shovel? I missed my gold shovel. What? Wow, there's so many secret stairs. Can I heal? Thank you. Straight above me. Yeah, but it's blocked. Oh wait, I'm back in the Lost Wood. Yeah, this is Lost Wood. If I keep going out, no, huh? Here? This one looks blocked. I was thinking maybe like from here and then like here up. This one doesn't seem blocked. This one is blocked. I think it is. Let's go back. I think I'm stuck in this Lost Wood. Go back. No. No. I'm stuck in this wood. What if I go left? I'll try going from here then. Wait, have I not been here? Well, I think it's entirely possible. Go down. Ah, okay, okay. Why did I walk back? Okay, one more. Hey! Windmill hoot. Hey, look, it's a notes again. Oh. Oh, I think I remember this. There it is, okay. Oh, that's neat. Oh, I just realized I'm blocking it. Oops. All good, all good. Our alarm went off already? We're not morning people, but that 2 noise perks us up. Looks like we overslept. Thanks for waking us up. Take this item, it will help you cross the river north of here. Oh! What? Thank you. Down thrust ability, you don't need to assign it to a button. If you drop down to an enemy, you can hop onto another space or on top of another enemy. Oh, so that I don't do the Super Mario and then fall down miserably and get hit. Oh, that's so good. Okay, okay, I win. I win. Okay, how about this? How would you do this? How would I do this? Uh-oh, I'm terrible at puzzles. No, why are you testing Cobot's brain? Oh wait, if I push this in, put down, what does that even do? What does that even do? Wait, what does that even do? Oh! A. Down? I'm blocking it. I'm blocking. Oh, huh? No, I want to get it. How do you do this? Oh shit. Okay, let me try again. I'm sure I got this. Just gonna take a few tries. What's the point? Where? Oh no. I'm what? Wait, huh? How do you God, I'm not good with puzzles. I am seriously not good with puzzles. Push. It's gonna get blocked anyway. Unless I can somehow... But if I move that one in... Move this one... If I move both these in... No, it just blocks it. Oh shit. I mean, this is probably not gonna work, but you never know, right? Oh, oh, I win! Oh my god, yes! This is so much easier. Why am I trying to push the things? Sure. Oh. Upgrade to your old bow. This bow fires arrows that pierces enemies, damaging all enemies in the line. Oh, piercing arrow? Mmm. Okay, that looks good. Alright, I got downward thrust. Something down here. That's not good. Notion. I hate it. Nice too. Skull Charm. Mini bosses you haven't beaten will now be revealed on the map screen. On the map screen? Oh, the skull, huh? Oh my god, my voice is gone. I need drink. Right, here's like a big boss here. Oh, is this? Is this? Oh my god, it looks different. I hate it. Oh, hi. Why is there logs like this? If I ask why, just bomb it. Okay, one more. Nice who. Oh. The heal? Nice. I can upgrade my +1 damage or life drain. Life drain always. Bloody rapier? Oh, it's ruby, sorry, it's not bloody. It's not necrodancer. Okay, that's good. Then they say to the north, right? So just keep going up, I guess? Yeah, let's go back there. I'm lazy. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Let's head north. Crap. Heading north. Oh, are we here? Oh, hi. I'm beginning to think that I'll never get home with Octavo around. He reminds me of someone from my world that I really don't like. Why don't we join forces and take him down? Oh! Cadence joined your party. Cadence is someone to Hyrule. But why? And can she find a way back home? We can switch characters and need Sheikah Stone. Okay. I tried to cross the river. You may want to visit the windmill to the south first. I did it. You could always try to jump across or find a way to raise the bridge. Something called the Temple of Storms is past the bridge. Think you can handle it? Is there a leak in here? Oh, Cadence. What weapon can you use? Great Shovel? Deals 1 damage to 3 adjacent enemies ahead of you and digs. Spear. Ah, you don't have lands. It's okay. I'll play a spear. You don't have rapier, sorry. Alright, spear's good enough. Let's go. Okay, so I was right. Down thrust just goes through that. It's so good. Look at that. Oh, combo. Spear is too good. So is standing weapon that has 2 range anyway. There's a chest there. Oh, the bridge is broken. Oh, obsidian dagger? Okay. No, spear. Spear all the way, baby. I don't have floating boots anymore. That's fine. Obsidian dagger though, holy shit. I don't think I can go there. Drawbridge control switch. This is not a toy, you kids. Ooh. Hey, look at that. I assume this is like the 4th boss already? In one session, holy shit. What's the bridge again? I mean, honestly, I feel like I can just jump down, but a little bit scary. It's fine. Oh. There we go. Hi, Roxas. Got him. This one seems a lot more dramatic than the others. I mean, it's the last one. Of course, it's gonna be the strongest one, right? Whoa. Ooh. Oh shit. Trapdoor? I saw that. I was like, why is there ice on the wall? Oh, I didn't see that. Nope. I don't have key? Really? Got him. There it is. I didn't know key is that rare. Is that shrine? A singing shrine? Do I know a shovel? I do. I kinda wanna go to the thing. Compass. Oh, fragile spear. Alright, I'll use it. Wow. Stay with the armor one. I kinda like this one. Glass spear, man. Alright, I need to say this right now. The boss fight, no glass spear allowed. Just use normal spear. No damage boost. Consider this as a bit of a challenge then. Oh. Hookshot. You can use this to lash onto certain objects and pull yourself to them. You can also stun enemies. Oh. I mean, to be fair though, with the glass spear, I don't think I can last that long. Here, right? Oh shit. Yep, there it is. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Spear. I want this. Oh yeah, float. Yeah, shit.
Yep.
Oh, hi Lex. Good morning. Eee. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Oh, key, nice. Get a new torch, why not? Yeah, got. All good. What attack? No! I want Spur! Cadence of Hyrule, the most miracle game ever. It's really good. Could use a few more hours, but that's a future legs problem. True. Oh shit. What do you do? Fuck. I'll just face tank you. What the hell? That's how. That's how. There we go. Dig dash. Nah, no dig dash. Let's go. I think this is the, yeah, fourth one. I got this in a single session. Four beats, okay. 1 2 3 4 Got him. What'd I do? Why is blocking her? What's blocking you from going down? It's fine. Oh wait, that was open. Armor boost, alright. I haven't used a scroll yet because I just feel like scrolls are not what I want. I mean, not what I want to use anyway. Okay, boss key. This is the last one. The last one. Let's do it in one session. Dude, one session. I so got this. You again? Still haven't given up? I'm doing this for your own good, you know. And for your own good, you know. You will need an army when the time comes to face Ganon. My fourth champion will beat some sense into you. As if power lightning electrify my Gleeokenspiel keys. Oh, is that xylophone? Dragon? Dragon! Oh my god! Dragon! I did it! Oh. Wait, where's my... Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh shit, there's 4 heads to look out too. Oh my god. Oh! I'm just gonna face tank you. Why not? Oh, I cannot hit you when you're charging. Okay, okay. Okay. Can I kill the severed head? Hurricane? Yeah, I can. Whoa, mama! Oh shit! Why am I trying to aim the one outside? Just kill this one. I got greedy. Thanks. Oh fuck. Oh shit. I win! Fucking face tank the shit out of it. Yeah, sure. Fucking got all the health plus defense. Face tank. EG, GG. GG. Very interesting boss. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I play a lot, if I fight against this boss a few more times, I'll get what the gimmick is. But for now, I just face tank him. I only know that when it's charging, which is, if you do hard mode, the different story. I am very excited for it. Bombing is the thing. No bombs. No bombs allowed. I mean, no bombs allowed on bosses. At least to me, I feel like boss fights, I want to keep it as vanilla as possible. GG, GG. You did it! You defeated all 4 of Octavo's champions. Now we can go to Hyrule Castle and put an end to this. Can I fight the boss again? Like, is that a thing? May I? Could I? Perhaps, perchance? Hey, could you respawn one of your champions again? Oh, fuck. God, it's only boss I want to fight. I don't care about the other boss. Well, maybe the maracas a little bit. But the rest? Nah. I just want to look at, what's the boss name again? I did take a few pictures there. Gleeokenspiel. Can I just fight Gleeokenspiel? They're so adorable, don't look at that. Like, what the fuck? I love them. I love them. They're the best. Okay, now where do we go? Oh, now we go Hyrule Castle, right? I mean, I can teleport here. I'm strong enough, let's go. Hehe. Hyrule Castle we go. Oh yeah. I'm coming in. Who are you? Oh shit. Arrow? I'll get reflected. Lonk, Cadence, or Zelda? I mean, I've been playing Lonk for a bit. Can I change outfit? Oh, look at that. I'll play as Cadence. I actually like Cadence a little bit more. I mean, Lonk's cool. Oh, what's with the buffering again? I think my audio just bugged up a little bit. That's why it's doing this. Bug. Bug. Why? Oh shit. Well, here comes Family Juice doing the magic. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I love Family Juice rendition of music so much. Here we go. No, hi again, Bracky. Got him. Why am I here? I cannot get up. Where? Oh. Family Juice good? I know. It's so good. Family Juice music I love. Especially in Crypto Necrodancer as well. Like, Crypto Necrodancer is the first time I heard Family Juice music, and I instantly fall in love. It's that good. Alright, I'm gonna do something stupid again. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Hey, OBS, please don't crash. It's all I ask. I need to keep doing this because somehow the audio keeps getting bugged. I'm scared. Oh. If it crashed now... If it crashed now, it's gonna be such a huge trouble. VOD-wise. No, it's fine, it's fine. No. Not worth the risk. I know the audio is having a lot of like issues currently. Well, issues as in like latency. Hopefully it's not that obvious. Of course, it's gonna be the 5th boss, right? Can I just bomb this? Sure, I cannot bomb everything. Bomb is not the answer to everything. Is it though? Okay, it's not. Alright, fine. Okay, I get it. There's nothing here. Am I missing something? What's with this door? Like inside, there's nothing I can do. It gives me a lot of stamina potions here. Something I can work with, maybe? Knock back enemies and objects at the cost of stamina. Maybe this thing? What if I blow it here? Oh! Think it's here? What do you mean? It's just there. Get up. Get. Oh my god, stupid. God damn it. Yeah, see? So I guess the first step of using Deku Leaf to blow this one down is a good idea, huh? So, Deku... What's the point of... I cannot get up! Then, why is this here? I cannot step on this thing. Really? Oh, that's sad. Maybe not to everything, but to most things, blammo! Yeah. To be honest, I forgot how this one goes. It's okay. I mean, eventually I'll figure this one out, right? Eventually. Someday. I mean, if only I have the floating boots. got this game when it's got released. Like if only I have floating boots, I can just like go here, then float away. Oh, I mean this is pointless, but still, can you step on it? You sure can. So you can only step on it. It cannot jump on it. What's the point? I think floating boots, like 1, 2, 3, yeah, that's enough. And from there, let's say I'm up here. Then 1, 2, 3. It reaches there. So only floating boots can be able to go through this? I don't remember what the shop, where the shopkeepers are. I don't know, man. And then in here, there's like nowhere I can go. Am I missing something? This one requires floating as well, but going there would be kind of useless. I am very confused. What if I mean that other than float, maybe? Do I win? Oh shit. Hi Kavi. Hello. One of the things I like to do is randomly pause the game. Oh my. Oh, thanks Kavi. How you doing? Callum. If I can latch onto other objects. Still in bed lazy? Oh. Don't I feel it? Latch onto this? What can I latch onto? Oh, the hookshot sucks. What is this? What? Oh! I'm the best in this game. Oh my god. No heckin' way. No heckin' way. Alright. Oh. Oh. Kalat Borg. Use only by long? Only long? Deals 3 damage and has 2 range, prevents shield use, hold out to swing. This woman is fabled to be the finest longsword of an ancient realm. If I use that, I win. Why would I want to use that? That looks too strong. Alright, where's your cat at Burg? No, I want to spin. Does this work? Can be hard to use. So I can just I cannot attack like normal. I can only attack like this. Hi, malicious magpie. Who's up? Oh, thank you. I don't know who did, but I appreciate you a lot. Thank you. Can I just attack like normal? I sure can. Oh no, this is just like longsword. What do you mean? God damn it. You can just hold the sword out. Basically, when you sword out, your movement strafen. Yeah, I don't need that. I just need to attack whenever I want. I don't need to keep doing this. I don't see the point of this. It lock you to one direction? No, it doesn't. I can attack here, I can attack here, I can attack here. What? Are you saying that I can only attack up? This used for that? Maybe? Oh, you put the legs, yeah.
Moving and grooving, godro bongo, godro bongo, godro bongo.
Moving and grooving, definitely. I guess. Okay, so here is another thing. I keep getting... did I say thanks legs? Thankies legs with the stubble. Yeah, I keep getting similar potion here. So definitely something I can use with this. But what though? Oh. That is so not clear, dude. Alright, I guess we did it. Whoa, hello there, your sub character. Oh shit! Pay attention to the stitches on the ground. Use the sub to whichever character is best suited to your current task. Cadence all the way, baby. Oh, I cannot change the cadence? Okay. Shit's broken. Bam! Double cool shit! It's too good. Bam. Blammo. It's it stuns them. Oh my god. No, it's too easy if I use this. No. Go back. I'll just use Cadence and Spear. That's it. Alright. Shit's too OP. Let's go. Cadence all the way. This is good enough. How is chatting go? I'm doing pretty well. I'm still recovering, but I'm feeling much better than the past few days, so hey. Hopefully chat is doing well as well. Thanks. Push it. Thanks. Nice. Oh no, not long jump. With bombs. Look at that. Bombs. I'll take it. Nope. Crap. Oh no. Oh! They don't change sides? Why'd I do that? There we go. Hmm. Do we get... I don't think I can go there. 2 damage fragile. I'm not used to broadsword. I don't want. Damage with low HP. Oh, I still have the glass ring. Oh, that's why everything doesn't go down. Oh, that's so good. Dig, get rupees, I win. Alright, let's do it. Wow. So good. Ooh, that's new. Got him. Weapon pierces, I win. She's trying to wake up. Fair enough. Woohoo. Uh-oh. Got him. Oh, but I haven't explored this place yet. I gotta explore. Ooh. Hi, Narix. Oh, you're good. Oh, good. Oh, I think I can dig this. Wait.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yep.
The yep is so loud. I like it. How you doing, Narix? Key. I cannot get that. Hopefully you didn't die last night. And well, all jokes aside, I hope everything went well last night. Key. Whoa! Oh, it's long only. Oh. Oh hey, it's Octavian! Oh, it's Octavian! Oh shit. Thanks. Aww. It's a reference, I love it. Shit. I don't want that. How do I get there? Can I take this? No? Alright. Shit. Have I been to the shopkeep? No, right? 3 BAMs, guess what I need? Ignore terrain, 3 BAMs. Alright, I have multiple guess what I need, right? Let's use one of them. What do I need? Torch, thank you. What is that torch? What the fuck? I'll take it, thank you. Holy shit. I got an obsidian torch out of that? Oh god. That's too good. Obsidian torch out of a scroll. Got him. Oh, am I gonna do this all in one seating? One session? Did I skip this one? Not likely. Oh, look at that, it's all the Necrodancer enemy. Hey, give me a moment there, mage. Come on. Jeez. Rude. 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 There we go. Oh! Oh shit. Hi. I prepared my champions to face Ganon, but things have taken an unexpected turn. I'll be taking my instruments back now. Yeah, take it. And perhaps I require a new champion. Let's find out if you are the champion of Hyrule. Prepare yourself. Oh! Let's go! What? No, can I change to Cadence? God damn it. Can I change to Cadence? What's that even mean? Oh! It's a dragon! Oh shit. Maybe it's not now it's not time to simp. No, it's not time to simp. Oh my god. No. Where are you? Come here. No. I don't understand the green thing. Are you fucking oh shit, I might be. Item site, vision radius, this, and heart container. Was this my third death? Okay, at least I don't need to fight them. Fight the enemy down here. Can I try again? No. Hung Shepherd. Oh my god. It's been a long time, Hung Shepherd. Hi. Welcome. Oh my god. How you doing, Hung? It's been quite a while. Yeah, let me do this. Hee. Just a second. What were you playing? Call of Duty? Call of Duty is the shooting game, right? Sorry, I have no idea what Call of Duty is, but I think I heard of the name. Hopefully it was good to you. Also, welcome in Raiders. My name is Tura. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games, and recently I've started doing art again, so expect a lot more art these weeks. So yeah. I'm playing Cadence of Hyrule, one sitting, and now I'm already at Octavo. I love this game. Music is such a banger. It was meh. Oh. It's been so long since I see. I know. I hope you've been well. Okay, what does that mean? What? I don't understand green. I don't understand that green thing, to be honest. Oh, do I just block it? Maybe. Oh, I think I know. Difficulty spike. I got this. No. Oh, okay. Oh. Ah, okay. Dragon! You betray me! As okay as can be. Good to know. I was wanting you to be. I'm your first raid. Oh shit! God, that means a lot. Holy shit! Thank you. Oh my god. So that's your first stream then. Oh yeah, let me go open up the lights real quick. Give me a few seconds. It's getting dark. Now I can see. Kinda. I only been doing it to show friends Call of Duty and Resident Evil 4 remake. Oh. So the stream, you started streaming by wanting to show your friend the games? That's a nice start. Hell yeah. Good choice for first ring. God, that means a lot. Thank you. Oh wait, I forgot to do this. How can I forget, huh? I remember, like, Hunk is the one that guided me through, well, kind of guided me through Resident Evil 2 remake. So yeah, that's how, at least that's how that's how I know Hunk. Dang, I forgot to do this. Oh my god. I also forgot to do this to headset as well. Oh, brain. That's what I get for being half sick. I'm still recovering, but I am feeling a lot better than the past 2 days. So yeah. Let's do it. No. Whoa, did you just change your direction immediately? Nope. 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 Okay. Oh, hey, you changed. Damn, so tough. Nope. Ooh. There we go. Oh, God. Oh, good. Get up. Get up. Power speed. Oh, fuck. I'm fine. I'm frozen. Oh, I'm getting cornered. Okay, I shouldn't have moved that one. Gleeokenspiel is too strong. Oh my god. Oh, this is hard. I love it. I go when I met Vietnam and I think we did DBD together. Oh yeah, I think we did a few rounds. Since I'm pretty bad at DBD, I kind of feel bad, you know, playing a survivor with a bunch of friends there. I kind of just feel like I'm just being a terrible player generally. So eventually I kind of stopped playing it. The guilt, the guilt get to me. But I'm pretty, I don't know. It's just me being bad at DBD. I don't remember if I gifted you RE2 or not. I don't give much to friends on Steam. Oh, but I gifted you something. I honestly forgot. Shit, I feel bad. No, I don't know if I've been gifted RE2 or I bought it. I think I vaguely remember I bought RE2 because it was on a huge discount. I think. If I remember wrongly, then I am sorry. I can give 2 games. Wow, look at that. Nah, I saw some Counter-Strike items and then realized I cannot take the money out, so... Aw. Counter-Strike item? Does Counter-Strike item sell for a lot? Question mark? Well, this is why I'm gonna use all my use all my gems. Shiny. Oh. Gonna be fat to use my shiny for this. Oh god. Alright, let's try again. I think I did pretty well now. Just have to read the Gleeokenspiel. What the hell is the starting beat? I deserve that. How many did you summon? Oh shit, I'm fine. Shit. Thanks. I'm trying to kill it. Oh god. Not bad, not bad. Thanks. That's pretty good. Oh, that's not good. Good gods, the damage that Dragon Head did, it's insane. Ooh. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine. That's so painful. Made it bad because it was so flippin' lag since I had last played on. Main thing is we had fun. Honestly, I had fun too. It's just I cannot get over the feeling of the guilt because again, since we're both pretty far away and then it's like quite lag as well. So need to play something together again. That was fun. That I missed hanging out with you. Do you perchance play Deep Rock Galactic? Both my items I bought in 2015 for... Now so... What? From 3 cents to 288 ringgit? Oh, damn. What a bargain. What a bargain. Cheaper shops? Why do I want to do that? It's about winning, it's about the memory with friends and the goofy crap that happens. Oh, true, yeah. Totally stand by that. Should keep that in mind as well. Because sometimes I just feel like... sometimes I feel like... Because some of my friends, in real life friends, they are quite competitive. Whenever they play a game, they want to win. So sometimes playing games with them can be a little bit stressful. But only them lah. I'm not trying to generalize everyone here. Just saying. Okay. Okay. Okay, this one first. Good. Good RNG. Bug. Please don't summon too much. That's all I ask. Got him. E? Shit, I cannot count it. My sense of my diagonal sense is pretty bad. Nope. It's fine. Actually, the boss's projectile is pretty good. Apparently, they can friendly fire as well, so which is pretty nice. Why? I hate it. Shit. Don't. Ah, God damn it. Oh, nice block. I like that. Back. What's your pattern? What's your pattern? This is hard. Holy shit. I wish on COD but I still have fun. I only really get competitive with certain folks. Otherwise I just have fun flailing around times. Yeah, I guess I get competitive. Do I get competitive when playing Tekken? Not really. I feel like I don't. At least back then I do, but now not really. Now I just enjoy Tekken. Yeah, I just enjoy Tekken. So I guess I mean, honestly, I play games to de-stress, right? Nobody what I do is just like, yeah, it's all good. Only place where one can race so bloody hard, but still laugh at the goofy crap. How they got lazy with the guns? Oh. I mean, since Call of Duty is kind of a big company, big game, AAA, I think, proper way to fight. Oh my god, this fight! This fight seems hard. I mean, partially because I kinda limit myself to not use any stronger weapons. I didn't even try to infuse my weapon, but I do have an obsidian dagger which deals 3 damage, which is strong as hell. But I'm not using that. Why? Because maybe I'm dumb, in a way. But sometimes I just like to challenge myself. Sometimes. But yeah, I do prefer a spear. I have the glass spear. Glass spear is strong, but it's brutal. One hit against me and the glass spear is gone. Glass spear deals 3 damage though. Also, I could refill the potion, but I don't know where the shop is. Finally completed to yourself. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna learn your pattern. There we go. Okay, this one again. Nice. Oh. Oh, nice. Don't summon too much. My brain can handle. Oh. No, this weapon is too cheaty. I cannot get Cadence back. Well, I did not hit you. Here we go. I'm gonna win with Cadence. I'm gonna win with Cadence. Kill me, kill me, kill me. I'm gonna win with Cadence, come on. Alright, thanks. I know this is stupid, but I really want to win with Cadence. Like, I really do. If you think Link is cheaty, Zelda is the worst, Zelda is the cheatiest character. Well, I guess I'm glad I like Cadence then. I mean, honestly though, this is just how I play the game. If you want to play the game however you want, totally. But this is just how I prefer. I like a challenge. Like Stinky, is there morning gas? Sometimes it's more fun to have a good challenge. Yeah, that's it. I got this. Alright, Cadence only, let's go. Lucky. Magicians, alright. Good. Shit. Thanks. Oh no, you left Gleeokenspiel for the last one? You dick. Absolute dick. Here we go. Oh shit. All good. Oh no. Oh no. There's too many dragon heads. I mean, not that I'm complaining, but still, it's kind of scary. I love them though. I need to get... Oh my god, can you not? God damn it. My brain cannot process diagonal movements. Thanks. Okay, okay. God, I pressed the button? I didn't mean to press the button. Can I deactivate the button? It's too strong. Sorry. As much as I want to win with Cadence, I did not. I mean, everyone can cheat if you use the right thing, but I just want to use Cadence with the spear. I know Long can use spear as well. Should I change Long's weapon? I think we can attack Crystal directly. Spear cheating? Yeah, everything's cheating then. Without my golden loot, how we defeat Ganon? We have only one final hope. Oh yeah, just gonna hop away? Just gonna hop away, huh? Come back here, little shit. Oh! Another Proto? Could it lead back to Cadence homeworld or somewhere else? Are we fighting Golden Loot? Oh please. No? Uh-oh. Oh, shit's getting janky. Play Aria, is that? Yeah, dagger. It's like Aria play. Why am I back here? Am I not supposed to be here? Did I mess up? Wait, where am I trying to go? Am I supposed to go out here? Oh. Nah, fuck it. If I don't give myself a challenge, maybe after the story playthrough. Pushback is so disgusting. I deserve that. I hear a bit of pure Necrodancer music. Max vision cost stamina? No. It's been a while. I almost went out of business waiting for you. Wow. New outfit? With the world turning all dark and grim, it seems fitting. If you see any other adventurers around, be sure to send them my way. Sure. Anything I'm selling. I love the shopkeeper. That works. Fragnar? Deals 2 damage and is piercing. Hits 3 each. Whoa. Ragnarok is said to have an unstoppable edge, capable of cutting through anything in its path. Piercing now? Might as well. I give up. Oh yeah, it's a broadsword, okay. Oh. Broadsword. This one. There we go. Where that came from? I think it's this one. Oh, not long jump, ew. Oh shit. I have to get poisoned though. I don't think now is a good time to get poisoned. Shit. No, I'm terrible. Yeah, piercing. Oh, I don't have a key? Oh shit. Weapon pierces. Double pierce. Oh. Let's go. Can I do this? Oh, it's gone. Oh, can do like. Sorry? Preserves durability? Maybe. I mean, I already... No, I don't have a... Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Where? Sorry, shopkeeper. Oh, do I not have a torch? Oh shit. I was like, why is it too dark? I have 2 keys. Kokiri sword. Used by Lonk. 4 damage to enemy directly in front of you. Intended for a future hero, this weapon was meant to banish anything in Link's path. Oh, so it's like a dual dagger. But it's still 5 to 4. Okay. All good. Oh shit. Do you get rupees? Yeah. Damage boost. Brittle? I don't need that. Longest dungeon? So it's like a... Now I'm playing Necrodancer. Ooh. I guess if I find a ladder, just go in then. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Hylian Flail. Deals 2 damage with extra knockback and a wide range to either side while moving forward. Brutal and effective, this weapon is used by only the boldest Hylian heroes. Another long weapon. Still like great sword. What the book? Bomb. Ooh. Sorry, fish. I'm getting all the glass weapons. Oh, hi! Can I infuse Cannot Borg? one damage. Oh, life drain. Can't do it. Oh. What do you mean I cannot cheat? Well, might as well, right? Here, let's have life drain on this. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, fuck. A potion? She fell for that? Too strong to take out that easily? What? Until Ganon gets a hold of you? What? Ganon bring a potion? Ganon's gonna drink it, question mark? Oh shit, making fun of me having potion? Oh shit. What the fuck? Everything's destroyed? Oh, hi. Why there's so many pigs around here? Look at the dark world. Wrong lever. Space could use a groundskeeper. Oh my god. Puzzle? Puzzle. 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 Oh. What if I just yeeted? I didn't mean to do it. Yeet. Oh, can you not yeet it? A link? Lonk? Can you not just fucking... What to do? Hookshot? Arrows? Why did it give me arrows? It's weird I cannot just yeet this one. Guess I'm not doing this. You miss one object to do this? Object? Can't? Okay. Why does everything bring me back here? Wait, you have Jewel Dagger, there it is. What sword? You have Fragrak as well? Spear, no spear yet. Flail. Great shovel. I still like spear. You might be better off asking when, Ari? The perspective we're in the future Hyrule? Future? Oh shit, I thought this is the past. This one teleports me out. I came out from there. Oh, hi. Oh, ugh. I couldn't feed him alone. You say you're gonna wait for me, stupid. Oh, that's what you get. Hi. You look so good. You made this part. Help me finish this for good. It's so kind of you to bring the remaining pieces of Triforce to me. Is this how Ganon looks like? I don't think this is how Ganon looks like though. Why is Ganon like a crocodile? I love crocodile. You may have defeated that weakling Octavius toy instruments, but now you will witness the power that has brought Hyrule to its knees. Oh wait, that's Pig. Oh, well, goodbye. Ganon? What? Oh, you're a pig, not a crow. God damn it. Oh, hey. We're too far. We're too far. Oh, we got him. Like, stop freezing them, jeez. Too late. Oh shit. What does that mean? Let's save them first. Oh! Wait, I have to stand... Hey, we're one beat closer. Oh. The king of
After
evil.
defeating Ganon, I expected to rejoice. But not only was I still in a different world, I had also traveled into the future of that world.
No,
With
that's the
no hope
future.
of getting home, I was completely lost in both time and space.
Fight Golden Loot.
But then Link and Zelda told me about the Triforce that had started all of this. Zelda thanked me for helping to save Hyrule, then told me to picture in my heart what I wanted most of all. Link and Zelda held their hands to mine, and something familiar happened.
Oh shit.
When I opened my eyes, I was falling. Again.
Again.
I just hope I land in my own world this time.
I came here for the music. God damn, do I get the music? So fucking good. One sitting. I'm kinda surprised I can do it in one session. Albeit this is like almost 7 hours. Kinda, a little bit. You know, it's 6 hours 45 minutes. That's fine. It's fine. GG GG. Now I can play all the dungeon modes and shit. Actually challenge myself a little bit. Albeit towards the end using those weapons does make the game a lot faster, you know? I just want to like listen to Family Jew's music because holy shit. Family Jew's music. I want to listen to all the heavy metals. It's so good. Like sure there's a lot of exploring to do, but hey, it's what this game's about. At least you don't need to follow the beats. The musicians are streamers too. I know. They totally are. Hell yeah. Like I love this game happened because Crypt of Necrodancer happens. I'm glad. And then I'm pretty sure if I go back to Crypt of Necrodancer now, I'm still gonna enjoy it a lot. I'm pretty sure there's like a new DLC, right? Symphony or something that I didn't even play yet. And then I think about last year or something, or 2 years ago, they announced a new DLC along with like multiplayer. So yeah. Yeah, Nintendo is super strict for the IP, and then they just sort of collab with Necrodancer. I was like, what the fuck? they decide to collab with Necrodancer. That's how big it is. It's like, yeah. Like Nintendo. This game's like a goddamn godsend. Not only there's story, there's like endless roguelike adventure going on. Dead Cells X Castlevania. Another super shocking one. Well, I don't know anything about Dead Cells. Only heard a little bit about Castlevania. Just a little bit. Oh, can I just... Oh, I can speed this up. I gotta speed this up. Dead Cells inspiration is from Castlevania. So Dead Cells is something similar to Castlevania, gameplay-wise. Kind of ish. Thanks for grooving. Fuck yeah, dude. There's more, right? And can I play as Octavo? Octavo's old from the mode select screen. What the fucking shit? People speedrun this? What? No fucking way. 12 minutes? It took me 6 hours. They did it in 12 minutes? It took 12 goddamn minutes! How the fuck? A step count... What? Oh... I wouldn't get... God damn! 12 minutes? A thing that took me 6 hours to go through. 12... I can't. Well, good on you. Tori's insane. Well, judging from this, yeah. How can it not be insane? When bitch ass this game took me 6 hours and then people did it in 12 minutes. How is this not insane? It's already insane. Step count. Fucking... Oh, there it is. New game 2P. Yeah, this is my sister's save file. This is mine. Oh, can I not, like, choose other modes over? So I have the new game? Huh. There it is, dungeon mode. Oh yeah! I can play Crypto Necrodancer in this game? Oh, fuck. No, it's not yours. I think it's like... I think Huijie played a little bit. Skull Kid? Shadow Zelda? Shadow Link? Impa? Rhetoric? Aria? Oh! Listen, no, it's not yours, I'm pretty sure. Lonk? I'm pretty sure, is Octavo gonna be like Bard in Necrodancer? Probably. Also play a bit under Akira. Oh, really? I think the save file is only on the console, so yeah, it should be fine. I'm gonna see how fast I can die as Aria. Let's go. Can I die immediately? Multiplayer Blaze version? Yeah. Look, it's Aria! Dude, they make Aria look good. Imagine 2 Aria, we're gonna die instantly. I don't know which one can dig, which one I cannot dig. This is the scariest shit ever. If I dig the wrong thing, I die. Oh wait, why does Aria sound like that? That's not the Aria I know. Snow. Oh, nice. Oh no, why would you do this? Don't stop the game! You insane? Oh no. Oh, you fuck, this is bad. Okay. Oh, the fuck you, Trill. Hey, look, a shrine. I'm gonna die on a missed beat, and then you just do this to me, game. Okay. Oh, nice, thank you. Can I push this? Nice. Thanks, big guy. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Aria sounds weird, but Aria looks good. Why though? Like, have you heard Aria in Necrodancer? Aria sounds so good. And then you suddenly have this, it's like, what? I don't like this. I mean, I like the new Aria look. But, man. I mean, I guess they know Aria is old. Also, can I have... Is there subtitles? Language? Oh, okay, there it is. Well, too little too late, right? Okay, I'll play until here for now. Gonna go take a rest. Play too much, and now the fatigue sets in. I am feeling dizzy. Need to eat a medicine again. Oh my god. Okay, let me go here. Here. There, it's gonna be completely silent. But don't worry. I'm opening up music. Also at the same time, I'm gonna find a right target as well. Do I still have the playlist? No, why would you show me the playlist? Cadence of Hyrule. Combat. I want the combat music. I just want the combat music. Come on. Oh, I'm going to find Family Juice version of this. There we go. Eat the medicine, get good rest. Definitely. I need to get good rest. Well, since tomorrow I cannot play any Switch games, I'll do more art. So is Monday, right? I want to do more art lately. I feel inspired and motivated. So I'm very heckin' glad to. It's been a long time since I last felt this way. Yeah, right? Nice too, right? I still need to walk around that fear, right? I still need to walk around that fear, but other than that, it's all good. What? Kavala is streaming now? Oh, Kavala is doing the Apex tournament. Let's see. Barnaby? Barnaby? There's not a kobold streaming right now. I know a few. Or you know, blink eye? I don't know. I have blink sensitivity to the max and it just doesn't blink at all. For 7 hours it doesn't blink. Maybe if I reopen VC face and then it will just blink, question mark? Or if I take away my glasses maybe? Nope. When I blink, eyeball just go insane, so yeah, I have to figure out what happened. Super dry eye. I'm sure Kobo is fine. I'm sure. I guess I can rate Barnaby. Yeah, let's do it. Barnaby. He just started streaming, right? Yeah. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here. A big appreciate. Oh, everything is standing in now. I feel everything. This is what I get. This is what I get. Whoa. Whoa. This means I play too much games. Alright. Let me just plug things real quick and I'll call it a day. So more art for tomorrow and also Monday. It's a good thing too. I think doing art is more relaxing than doing games. So I'll do more art. I'm gonna do more art. Yeah. More art in general. Okay. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
I never blink. Alright, I have the coffee, I have Discord, and then I have socials. So just links where you can find me, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty sure. Okay, these are all the links that I have. Let me type in the rate to Barn RB. I keep forgetting about compatible. I am Barn B. Hopefully I didn't mess up. I hope. Pretty sure I didn't. Yeah, all good. Oh yeah, before the raid, I did mention that I will not be here on, let's see, May 12th? Yeah, May 12th to May 14th I will be out to Genting Highland, so I will not be here for a few days. And then apparently according to Twitch anyway, May 12th is my affiliate streamiversary. So yeah. Although May 12th I'm not here, so I set the streamiversary to 19. I don't know what to do, to be honest. I'll plan around it. I'll plan around it, even though I have no idea what to do. my head empty. I don't know what to do. Like, what the special thing I do? What if I do like what if I do like a shitty stick figure art? Like 10 minutes for people. Nah, I don't know. I'll think about it. There's a lot of things I can consider, but for now, Ship Simulator 3. It's a game? Fuck, might as well play Chair Sim. Dude, Chair Simulator is pog. Yeah, you could look at the game, it's free. Chair Simulator, it's second grade. Go theme park? I don't think I can go theme park in just such a short notice. It's only like 12 to 14, 3 days, 2 nights? About. Or 2 days, 1 night? No, is it? 3 days, 2 nights. 3 days, 2 nights. 13? Before the event? Maybe. We'll see how we plan it around it then. I heard the theme park is like actually horrible, queue wise and the efficiency on how they handle lines. That's how we used to do. True. We'll see that. I mean, I would love to go theme park because fuck yeah, I love rides. I used to be such a pussy. I don't even go to rides because I'm so scared of it. But now, after bungee jumping, fuck yeah, dude. Hit me. Hit me with all the intense shit. I love it.
I hear Chair Simulator is pretty good. It'll have you at the edge of your seat.
Oh no. Oh no. The pun is too powerful. Why is it so powerful? Oh god. I'm getting blown away. But yeah, you should try out Chair Simulator. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's worth your 3 minutes. Witness your power. Oh god, I'm scared. too much pun. Well, never too much pun, I guess. I'm not good with puns. I don't even know how to generate puns. Like, I know what puns are, but how to get them, I don't know. Like, my brain just doesn't work that way. But yeah, I'm gonna go rest now. Gonna go get some light dinner. Probably. No more fried chicken and cola, no more, because fuck. It's painful. Kinda. I went on a hunting spree last night. I get ounce on the train. Get ounce? On the train? I got puns on the train. On the train? This is where I need to stop. On the train, I said. I can't. I'm gonna go get myself some dinner. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow with some art, alright? Tomorrow I'll do art. I will continue doing the dragon thing, alright? The dragons. I'll do it. Also, oh, before I leave. I know this is a little bit weird to say, but I did found some inspiration on how I want it to be, how I want my dragons to go, so I'm very excited. I have ample reference to work with currently. So yeah. I am that is part of why I'm looking forward to doing it, so very excited. It's like I'm sculpting my own mom. Virtually, not real mom. Oh my god. Alright, hey, I'm just gonna before the raid I want to say, alright, thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Know that you guys are all loved, you guys are all valid, and you guys all matter. Very valuable. No, don't quote that. It's fine. Here comes the raid to Barnaby. Bam. Holiday on Monday too? Yeah, Monday I'm gonna do art as well. So yeah. Look forward to it because I'm excited to do it as well. Everything is setting in. Oh. I know Barnaby probably doesn't have any shinies, but do it to them anyway. Wait, Barnaby goes with he, she, right? Oops, sorry. Here. His shinies are all mine. There's no running away from the menace that is us trying to get a shiny. I'm actually getting dizzy. This is bad. It's like everything is setting in. Oh. Don't worry, I'll wait the timer to go down. I'm good. I'm just gonna eat dinner and everything will be fine. Yeah? Okay. At least I remembered. Oh, thank goodness. Okay lah. Be safe everyone. See you guys tomorrow. Alright. Bye. Bye. Love y'all. Bye.
Ooh, shiny.
Oh shit. How do you even do that?